Hey there, my name is Antonio, and in this video I'm going to show you how to create a full-stack Twitter clone using the latest technologies. We're going to be using React for the frontend, Next for routing and server-side rendering, Tailwind for CSS management, Prisma for data management, and MongoDB for backend storage. We will also implement authentication using NextAuth, as well as image upload and a fully working notification system. On top of that, the entire website will be fully responsive and written in TypeScript. So whether you're a beginner or an experienced developer, there's something in this video for you. Let's get started. Creating a full-stack Twitter clone is an exciting project that can provide users with the ability to post tweets, reply to tweets, like tweets, follow other users, and be notified when their content is liked or replied to. Users can post tweets that are shown on their profile page, as well as in a public feed where all users can see them. They can also reply to any tweet on the public feed or on their own profile page. Additionally, users will have the ability to like any tweet, which triggers a notification sent to the creator of that tweet. Following other users triggers notification as well. Users will also be able to fully edit their name, username, bio, and profile and cover image using file upload, and those changes will be reflected in real time. When users are not logged in, they are able to see the tweets, but special actions like following the user or liking the tweet will trigger a login model. To ensure usability across multiple devices and screens, we want our website/app to be built as responsively as possible, so that it works seamlessly on desktop computers as well as mobile devices. This kind of build will require extra attention when developing, but it is essential in today's world where people use multiple screens throughout the day. Now that we know what the website looks like, let's write some code. Alright, let's start by creating our Next.js project. Go into your terminal and write the following command: npx create-next-app-TypeScript. Name your project. In my case, it's going to be Twitter-tutorial. Say yes for slint, no for source, no for app. For import alias, just press enter, and it should start installing dependencies. Great. Next, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open my newly created folder. So I named it Twitter tutorial, so that's what I'm going to select. Your project should look something like this. So you should have the pages folder, you should have the public folder, and the styles folder right here. And you can actually go into your terminal right now, and you can run npm run dev, and you should see the Next.js welcome screen on localhost 3000. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's clean up this project a bit. So go into pages and you can remove document.tsx entirely. Now go into index.tsx and you can remove everything except the main function, and just remove everything inside the return method. And we're just going to create a div element here, which is going to say hello world. Great, and you should have something like this in your browser. Now let's go ahead and let's remove this API folder hello.ts. Do not remove the folder, we just don't need the hello file right here. Great. And now go into styles right here, and you can remove home.module.css, and go one more time in styles, in globals.css, and you can just remove everything from here. Great. Next, we're going to go ahead and we're going to install Tailwind. So open your terminal again and run the following command: npm install -d tailwind css post css auto prefixer. Great. Now go ahead and run npx tailwind css init-p. You should have two new files in your project, one called postcss.config.js and another one tailwind.config.js. You want to open tailwind.config.js right here and go into your content array. And we're going to paste the following content here, which is a structure for our Next.js project. So go ahead and write /app/**/ dot open curly braces, and let's write the following file extensions: js, ts, jsx, tsx, like that. Copy this 3 times. For the second one, write pages, and for the last one, just write components, just like that. And now let's go back into our styles, globals.css right here, and let's just add some Tailwind directives here. So write @Tailwind base, @Tailwind components, and @Tailwind utilities, like that. And just go ahead and also add the following 2 classes. So root, and just write @apply h-full bg-black. And repeat the same thing for body, @apply h-full bg-black, like that. And now open your terminal again, and let's run the project again, npm run dev. And if you refresh your page, you should see a bit of a different styling, just like that. You actually won't be able to see the hello world because we just changed our background. So go back into your pages index.tsx, and let's add some styles just to confirm our Tailwind is set up correctly. So go ahead and write class name, text 3xl, text sky 500. Great job. You have successfully set up the environment. Alright, so in this part of the tutorial, we're going to add the basic layout of our Twitter clone. So go ahead and open your _app.tsx and wrap this component inside a layout component. And just wrap it like this, layout. And you can indent it a little bit. When you save, you're going to get an error because layout does not exist yet. So just go into components. Sorry, you should not have this folder. So create a new folder called components right here and create a file called layout.tsx. Great. Name the component layout. And for now, just write an empty div right here. Go back into _app and let's import this from components/layout like this. If you cannot use the @ you can use the dot sign like this. All right, let's go back into layout and let's create an interface. Interface layout props is going to have children, which is type of react.react node like this. Go ahead and write react, that functional component right here, and let's paste this layout props right here. And let's extract children from its props like this. And now we're going to paste this children inside this div like this. Great job. Now let's style this div. h-screen bg-black. Let's create another div right here, which is also going to wrap children. And let's add the following class name here. Container h-full mx-auto xl px30 and max w6xl. Great. Now create another div, which is also going to wrap children, and write class name grid-calls-4h-full. All right. And now before children, we are actually create another div right here, which is also going to wrap children, and let's give it some styles. call-span-3 lg call-span-2 border-x curly brackets, square brackets 1 pixel, and border-neutral-800. All right, and now you can see we have this nice little grid right here. All right, and now above this div right here, let's add a component called sidebar. And we're gonna get an error because sidebar does not exist. So create a new folder inside components called layout. And inside create a new file called sidebar.tsx. You can name it sidebar. And for now, it's just going to return an empty div. And go back into layout and let's import sidebar. Since it is in the same folder, we can just use the dot right here. Perfect. And now you can see we have the sidebar, the main content, are our follow bar, which we will create in the future. Great, great job. Now let's go into sidebar and let's create some items here. So let's start by opening our terminal and let's install a package. So npm install react-icons. Great. And make sure you run the app again. All right. And now inside the sidebar, let's create a constant called items, which is going to be an array of objects. It's going to have a label called home. It's going to have an href, which is going to point to slash, and it's going to have an icon, which is going to be bs house fill. And we're going to import this bs house fill from React icons. So import bs house fill from react-icons/bs. Perfect. And now let's create another object with a label of notifications, which is going to point to /notifications. And it's going to use an icon bs bell fill. Great. And you can import that from here as well. Perfect. Now let's create another object right here, which is going to have a label of profile. The href for now is going to be /users/123. The reason we will put 123 is because it needs to lead to a specific ID, but for now we cannot fetch our current user ID because we have not set up the API yet. So just leave it like this for now and we will come back and fix this. All right, and the icon is going to be FA user. And you can import that from React icons as well, but it needs to be under another path. So import FA user from React-icons/FA. Perfect, good job. All right, now let's go ahead and style our sidebar actually. So class name is going to be call-span-1 h-full pr-4 and md pr-6. Great. Open up another div inside and let's style it the following way. flex-call items.end. Great. And another div with the following class names: space-y-2 lg w dash open square brackets 230 pixels, like that. All right. And now let's create a component sidebar logo, just like this. And of course, we're going to get an error because sidebar logo does not exist. So you guessed it, let's go into components, layout, and create a new file called sidebar logo.tsx. Name it sidebar logo like this. And just return an empty div for now. Let's go back into our sidebar and let's import sidebar logo just so we remove the error. Good job. All right. Now what we're going to do here is first, let's import our router. So const router is going to be use router from next/router like this. All right. Now open up this div and write the following class names. rounded-full h-14 w-14 p-4 flex items-center justify-center hover bg-blue-300 hover bg-opacity-10 and cursor-pointer, and also add transition in the end. All right, and inside the div we're going to import bs Twitter from React icons. So go ahead and import bs Twitter from React-icons like this. React-icons/bs, sorry. All right, and let's add some properties to this. So size is going to be 28 and color is going to be white. Great, we have our icon right here. Great job. And we're just going to add an onClick to this div. So onClick, it's going to be an arrow function, which is going to say router.push to / like this. And we can just import this, indent this, sorry. All right, now let's go back into sidebar, and we're going to create an iteration of this items array right here. So just write inside curly braces items.map item, which is going to return sidebar item. And we're going to add some properties. So we're going to add key, which is item.href. You could technically use label or icon, but I think href is always going to be unique. Then, of course, add href, item.href, label, item.label, and icon, item.icon, like this. And we're going to get an error because sidebar item does not exist. So let's go into layout and create a new file called sidebar item.tsx. Let's name it sidebar item, and let's just create an empty div as always. Now let's go back to sidebar and let's import sidebar item the same way we did with sidebar logo, and the error should go away. Now go back into sidebar item and let's create our interface. So interface sidebar item props, which is going to have a label, which is a string, is going to have an href, which is optional, and a string is going to have an icon, which is a type of icon type. And we're going to import icon type from React icons. So import icon type from React-icons, like this. All right. And we're also going to add onClick, which is optional. And for now, you can just write it like this. Great. Now let's pass this sidebar item props into a React.functional component like this. And let's extract these items: label, href, icon, and onClick. Great. All right. And now let's style this div. So you're going to write class name flex-row items-center. All right. Now open another div here. This is going to be mobile first. So class name is going to be relative rounded-full h-14 w-14 flex items-center justify-center p-4 hover bg-slate-300 hover bg-opacity-10 cursor-pointer, and on large screens is going to be hidden. All right. And we're just going to add an icon here. Now you might be wondering, okay, where did we get this icon from? Well, we're going to get it from this parameter right here. And for that to work, we need to add an alias. So go here in this icon, add a double dot right here, and just write capital icon like this. Great. And now we can use it as a component. Perfect. It's going to be a self-closing component, and let's give it some attributes. Size, it's going to be 28, and color is going to be white. And if you actually collapse the screen a bit, you're going to be able to see our icons right here. Great, because we are working mobile first now. Perfect. All right. And just below this div which we created, we're going to create a very similar div, which is going to be desktop first. All right. So write the following class names. It's going to be relative, hidden. On large screens, it's going to be flex, items-row, gap-4, p-4, rounded-full, hover, bg-slate-300, hover, bg-opacity-10, cursor-pointer, and items-center like this. And I made a mistake here. It's items-center, not items.row. So you don't need that last one. All right. And now inside, we're going to do the exact same thing. So we're going to add an icon, which is going to have a size of 24 and a color of white. But also, it's going to have a label. So we can actually stretch the screen a bit now, and you should still see these icons right here. But we're also going to add a label. So write a paragraph right here, which is going to use the label in curly brackets. You're not going to be able to see it right now, because as you can see, it's color black. So let's style this paragraph. Class name is going to be hidden, but on large screens, it's going to be block. It's going to have text-white and text-XL. Great, great job. And now we have our desktop version of the sidebar, but we can also collapse the screen and see how it looks on mobile. Great job. All right. Now let's go back into sidebar. You can close all the other things, and we're going to add another sidebar item, which is going to be separate from these iteration items. So write sidebar item right here, and it's going to have the following. It's going to have onClick, which for now is just going to be an empty string. An icon is going to be BI logout, which we are going to import from React icons. So go to the top and just write import BI logout from react-icons/BI. Perfect. And let's give it a label of logout. Great. And now we have the logout as well. And when we collapse, it is just an icon. Great job. All right. And just below this sidebar item of logout, we're going to add another component called sidebar tweet button. Great. And we're going to get an error because it doesn't exist. So go ahead into your layout and create sidebar tweet button.tsx. We can name it sidebar tweet button. And as always, let's just create an empty div like this. Let's go back into sidebar and let's import it so we fix the error. It should be imported the same way as the other two items. All right. Now let's import router, const router from use router like this. You can import that from next/router. And let's do some styling on this div. So actually, this first div is not going to have any styling. All it's going to do is onClick, and it's just going to redirect to home page. So router.push/ like this. Write another div inside, and this div will have some classes. All right. So write empty-6 LG hidden. So again, mobile first. Rounded-full h-14w-14p-4 flex items-center justify-center bg-sky 500 hover bg-opacity-80 transition and cursor-pointer. All right. And the icon we're going to use is FA feather, which is going to have a size of 24 and the color of white. And of course, we have to import FA feather from React icons. So go ahead and write import FA feather from react-icons/FA like this. All right. And you can actually collapse your screen. And guess what? The tweet icon is right here. Great. And now let's do the same thing for desktop. So just below this div right here, create another div, and we're going to style it again. So class name, and write empty-6 hidden. On large screens, it's going to be block px4 py2 rounded-full bg-sky 500 hover bg-opacity-90 cursor-pointer and transition as well. Great. And now we're just going to add a paragraph right here. As you can see, we have our little button here. We will add a paragraph, which is just going to say tweet. And let's style the paragraph. So class name is going to be hidden. On large screens, it's going to be block text-center, font-semi-bold, text-white, and text-square brackets 20 pixels. Perfect. we have our tweet button, and if we collapse everything, it turns into a nice little mobile button. Great, great job. Now let's go back into our sidebar and we can close everything else. And that's actually it for sidebar for now. And we can actually go back into our layout component right here. And just below this div right here, we can add another component called follow bar, like this. And it's going to throw an error because it doesn't exist. So go ahead and go to your layout and create a new file called follow bar.tsx. Great. Name the component follow bar. And for now, just write an empty div inside, go back into layout, and let's fix the error. Perfect. It should be imported the same way as you did with the sidebar. Great. And now let's style our follow bar. Perfect. So let's style this div first. Class name is going to be px-6, py-4. Hidden, but on large screens, is going to be visible in the form of block. Great. Another div inside of that, which is going to have a bg-neutral-800, rounded-xl, mp-4. Perfect. And now create an h2 element right here, which is going to say who to follow. And let's add some class names. So class name is going to be text-white, text-xl, and font-semi-bold. Great. And let's just fix a typo. So I wrote bg natural. It's supposed to be neutral. Perfect. And below this h2, we're actually going to open another div right here. And we're going to give it the following class name. It's going to be flex-call gap-6 empty-4. And we're going to write a comment here to do user list, because for now we cannot fetch any users. Great. And now we're going to edit this main index page. We're going to remove hello world, and we're just going to add a simple header component. So close everything and go into pages index.tsx right here. And for now, you can remove everything and just write an empty fragment like this. And we're going to write a component called header with a label called home. And we're going to get an error because header does not exist. So go into your components and create a new file called header.tsx. Name the component header. And let's just fix the error by giving it an empty div. Go back into your pages index.tsx and import header from add components/header. Again, if you can't use this, you can use ... All right. And now let's style this header component right here. First, let's actually import the router again. So const router, use router from next/router. And we're going to write a function called const handle back. It's going to be a use callback. And all we're going to write for now is going to be router.back, like this. And just make sure you use the router dependency in this handleback function. Great. All right. Now let's write the interface for header. So interface header props is going to be label, which is a string, and it should be required, so no question mark here. And another prop called show back arrow, which is optional, and it is a Boolean. Now let's write here React that functional component, and let's just paste this header props right here. And now we can extract the label and show back arrow props from here. Perfect. And now let's get to styling. So class name order -b square brackets 1 pixel border -neutral -800 and padding of 5. And as you can see, we have our little header right here. Great. Now create another div right here. Class name flex-row items-center gap-2. All right. And now we're going to create a conditional here, show back arrow and end, and open the return function. And we're going to write bi arrow back. And let's import this from React icons. So import bi arrow back from react-icons/bi. All right. And we're gonna add some properties here. We're gonna say onClick to be handle back, color is gonna be white, size is going to be 20. We're gonna give it some class name. Cursor dash pointer, cover opacity 70, and transition. All right. And just below this conditional, we're gonna write an h1, which is gonna say label like this. And we're just gonna give it a class name, text dash white, text dash XL, font dash semi-bold. Perfect. We have our reusable header component. And I just want to show you, if we go into your index right here and add a prop show back arrow, it's actually going to hold this back arrow right here, but we do not need this in the index file. Great job. You just finished the layout and you made the entire thing responsive. Amazing job. All right, in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create some models. So before we start, I want to create a component called button. So go in your components and create a new file called button.tsx. Let's name the component button, and let's create the interface for this component. So interface button props is going to be label, which is a string, secondary, which is an optional boolean, full width, which is also an optional boolean, large, which is also an optional boolean, onClick, which is a type of void, disabled, which is an optional boolean, and last one, outline, which you guessed it, is an optional boolean as well. Perfect. Now let's assign this props to this button. So react.fc button props like that. Great. And now we can extract all of this. So label, secondary, full width, large, onClick, disabled, and outline. Perfect. And now in this return, we're just going to write a button. And we're going to use the label as the text. And now let's get to styling. So for class name, you're going to open curly brackets and you're going to write template literal strings, because we're going to be doing some conditional styling. Great. All right. Let's add the following classes. Disabled, opacity dash 70, disabled, cursor dash not dash allowed, rounded dash full, font dash semi-bold, cover, opacity dash 80, transition, and border dash 2. And now we're gonna do some conditionals. So if we have full width, we wanna give it a class of w-full, otherwise it's gonna be w-fit. If we are secondary, we're gonna give it a class of bg-white, otherwise it's gonna be bg-sky-500. We wanna repeat secondary a few times now. So again, if it's secondary, we're gonna give it a text black, otherwise we wanna give it text-white. Secondary again, and we wanna repeat the same thing, border-black, otherwise border-sky-500. Great. Now we have to do the same thing for large. So if we have a large button, we want to say text-xl, otherwise text-md. Repeat large again, and now we're going to do the padding. So px is 5 if we are large, otherwise px is 4. And one more time for py. So if it's large, we're going to use py3, otherwise it's going to be py2. All right. Last thing left, outline. So if we have an outline type of button, we want to give it a BG transparent, otherwise nothing. Repeat that and say border-white, otherwise nothing. And one last time, outline, text-white, otherwise nothing. Great. And now let's go back into this button here and just give it a couple of attributes. So disabled is going to be the disabled prop, and onClick is going to be an onClick prop. Perfect. Great job. All right, and now we can create our model component. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to close everything up, and I'm going to go into _app.tsx right here. And what I'm going to write is I'm going to open a fragment for now like this. And outside this layout, I'm going to write a model component. And for now, we're going to get an error because this model component does not exist. So let's go into components, new file, model.tsx. Let's name the component model. And for now, let's just return the div, and let's go back into our app so we can fix the error. Great, perfect. And now we can go into our model and start working on it. Great. So let's start by creating our interface. So interface model props is going to be isOpen, which is a type of Boolean. Is going to be onClose, which is a type of void. OnSubmit, which is a type of void as well. Title, which is an optional string. Body, which is an optional React.React element. Footer, which is also an optional React.React element. Action label, which is a required string. And disabled, which is an optional Boolean. Perfect. Now let's assign these props to this model. React.fc, and let's paste the props. Great. And now we can extract all of this. So isOpen, onClose, onSubmit, title, body, footer, action label, and disabled. Perfect. Good job. All right. Now let's write the handle close action. So const handle close is going to be a use callback, which we will import from React right here at the top. Open an arrow function inside, open the dependency array. And first we're going to check if the button is disabled. So if it's disabled, we're just going to return because we don't want this action to play. Otherwise, we're going to call onClose method from the props. So we have to add disabled and onClose in our dependency array. Disabled and onClose. Perfect. Now let's handle our submit function. So const handle submit, use callback, again, arrow function, dependency array, and we're going to do a very similar thing. So if it's disabled, we want to return. Otherwise, we're going to call onSubmit like this. And we need to do the same thing in the dependency array, disabled and onSubmit. Perfect. Great, great job. And one last thing before we start styling our model, we're going to say if exclamation point is open. So if we are not open, return null. Otherwise, return this model. Great. And now let's go back into our app right here. And for now, all I want to give it is open like that. Perfect. And now we can start styling our model. Great. So for now, remove this div, open this return function, and write an empty fragment inside. And now open the div again. All right. And now let's create our first container. So class name is going to be equal to the following classes. Justify-center, items-center, flex, overflow-x-hidden, overflow-y-auto, fixed, inset-0, z50, outline-none, focus, outline-none, bg-neutral-800, and bg-opacity-70. Great. And as you can see, you should get a little fade over your entire project. Again, if you're not getting this fade over your website, make sure you put the isOpen Boolean inside this model component right here in the app. The reason I hard-coded it to isOpen is because I want you to see the changes we are doing in real time. Great. Now let's write another component right here. So open up a div and let's give it the following classes. Relative wfull lg w-3/6 my-6 mx-auto lg max -w-3xl h-full and lg-h-auto. This will make the model responsive. Great job. All right, and now the following div we're going to create is going to be our model content. So I'm just going to write a comment called content so it's easier for us to navigate. All right, create another div right here and let's give it the following class names. h-full lg-h-auto, border 0, rounded-lg, shadow-lg, relative, flex-call, w-full, vg-black, outline-none, and focus outline-none as well. Perfect. Now inside this content div, we're going to create another one, but this is going to be our header. So I'm going to write a comment as well. Great. Create another div and let's give it the following class names. So we're going to give it a flex items-center, justify-between, p-10, rounded-t. And as you can see, we now have a little black box here. Amazing. All right. And inside this header, I want to give an h3 right here, which is going to say title. All right. And now let's style this h3. So class name is going to be equal to text-3xl, font-semi-bold, and text-white. All right. Now let's go back into our underscore app and let's give it a title. Title is going to be test model. Great. We can see our test model title right here. Good job. All right. And now I want to add a close button right here. So just below this h3, I'm going to open a button element. And inside, I'm going to use AI outline close. And we're going to import AI outline close from React icons. So import AI outline close, make sure it's a lowercase l. All right. From react-icons/AI. Great job. All right, make sure this is a component like this. And let's just give it a size of 20. And of course, make sure it's lowercase l is here as well. Great, so AI outline close. All right, and now let's style this button. Class name, p-1, ml-auto, border-0, text-white, hover opacity-70, and transition. Great, and now we have our little close button right here. Great job. And we're just gonna add another thing to this button, which is on click. And you guessed it, we're gonna use the handle close method. So just paste that here. Great job. All right. Now outside this button, outside this div, we're going to create another component called body. So I'm just going to put a comment body here so it's easier to navigate. Below that, create a div, which is going to use our body prop. And let's give it a class name of relative p-10 flex-auto. All right. And just below that, we're going to create our footer. Open up a div, class name, flex-call, gap-2, p-10. Great. And inside here, I'm going to write a button component. And it's going to have, it's a self-closing tag. So button like this, and let's just import it like this. So make sure you import button from /button. They can import each other because they are in the same components folder. So import button from button. Let's go back into our footer right here. And let's add disabled if the model is disabled. So disabled is going to be equal to disabled. Label is going to be equal to action label. It's going to be secondary. And it's going to be full width. And also it's going to be large. And on click, we're going to write handle submit. Perfect. Now let's just collapse all of this so you can see better. Great, so what we're doing here is actually we're using all of those props we created while we were developing the button. Great, great job. All right, and now let's go back into our underscore app right here, and let's just give this an action label of submit, for example. Great, our action is right here. Amazing job. And below this button, I want to open curly braces and just write footer because it's going to be optional. Great, amazing job. You finished the entire model component. Great. All right, for now you can go back into underscore app and you can actually remove this model component for now and remove the import as well. Okay, now we can write our login model. But before we do that, I want to create an input component first. So go ahead and create input.tsx. Name the component input, and let's define the interface. So interface input props is going to be equal to placeholder, which is optional and a type of string, value, which is also optional and a type of string, type, also optional and a type of string, disabled, which is an optional boolean, onChange, which is going to be a function which accepts an event, which is a type of react.change event, open pointy brackets and write HTML input element, and it's going to return a void. Perfect. And label, which is an optional string. Actually, we don't need label at all. My fault. All right, now let's pass this props to the input. So input props like this, and let's extract all of this here. Placeholder, value, type, disabled, and onChange. Great. And in here, just write an input like this, and let's give it some properties. So disabled, onChange, value, placeholder, type, and now let's style it. Class name, and we're going to write w full e-4 text-lg bg-black border-2 border-neutral 800 rounded-md outline-none text-white focus border-sky 500 focus border-2 transition, and we're gonna add some disabled classes now. So disabled bg-neutral -900 disabled opacity -70 and disabled cursor -not allowed. Perfect, you have created the input component, and now we can create our login model. All right, but before we do that, let's close everything and let's install a package. So open your terminal and install the following package: npm install toStand. We're going to use toStand as a lightweight global state management library. Make sure you remember to run your project if you've closed the app. All right. And now let's go and create a new folder called hooks. And inside here, I want to create a new file called useLoginModel.ts. And in here, we're going to import create from toStand, like that. And we're going to write an interface for our login model. So interface login model store is open, which is a type of boolean, on open, which is a type of function, and on close, which is a type of function as well. That's it. And now we're going to create a hook to control our login model. So const use login model create, just pass in the login model store in these curly brackets right here, open the function, and open an arrow function with the parameter set like this, and just return an object again, like this. All right. And inside you want to write isOpen false by default. On open is going to be a method which is going to use set to change isOpen true. And we're also just going to copy this and write on close, which is going to change isOpen to false. And that is it. That is the entire control we need. And remember to export default use login model like this. Perfect. Great, great job. All right. And now let's go ahead and let's go into our components and let's create a new folder called models. Perfect. And inside models, create a new file called login model.tsx. All right. Name the component login model like this. And for now, all it's going to do is it's going to return a div. Perfect. And what I want to do now is I want to go back into our pages_app. And remember when we imported our model here? Well, now we're going to import our login model. All right. Make sure you import it from components/models/login model. Perfect. Great job. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to trigger the controls for our login model. So const login model is equal to use login model like this. Perfect. Now we want to write some states. So const email set email is equal to use state. Const password set password is equal to use state as well. And const is loading set is loading use state false by default. Perfect. All right. Now let's create our onSubmit function. So const onSubmit is going to be equal to use callback. And here we're going to write a try and catch block. So make sure that the use callback arrow function is actually asynchronous like this. Let's handle the error for now. All we're going to do is console log error. All right. Now in try block, first thing we're going to do is set is loading to true. All right. And now I'm just going to write a comment here which says to do add log in because we currently do not have authentication set. Great. So what I'm going to do after a successful login, because here is going to be something like await sign in blah blah blah. What I'm going to do after that is I'm going to close the model. So I'm going to write login model that on close. Perfect. All right. And also we're going to add another block here after catch finally, which is just going to set is loading false regardless if we succeed the call or not. But of course, we're going to add an actual login function here later. Okay, now let's look at our dependency array. So we're missing the login model dependency. So make sure you add the login model dependency right here. Great, great job. All right. Now, before we begin styling our model, let's write our body content. So const body content is going to be equal to a div. The div is going to have the following class names: flex, flex-call, gap-4. And inside, I'm going to put two inputs. So input, which we can, of course, import from /input. The reason we are using /input here is because we are in the components folder, but this one is in models. So it has to go outside models into an input right here. All right. And let's give some attributes here. Placeholder is going to be email. OnChange is going to take an event and it's going to say set email event.target.value. Value is going to be email, and disabled is going to be is loading. So we want to disable the input if we are loading. And on change, we want to control the email value right here. Great. And you can just copy this entire input and just change email to password right here. Change set email to set password and change the value to password. Perfect. Great job. All right. And now we're going to replace this div with our model component. So go ahead and import the model component again from /model. Perfect. And what I'm going to write is disabled is loading is open is going to be login model that is open. Title is going to be login. Action label is going to be sign in, just to switch it up a little. On close is going to be login model that on close. On submit is going to be on submit function, which we have created right here, which is going to do an actual authentication in the future. All right. For body, we want to pass our body content. Perfect. And now you are not seeing anything, but if you actually go to use login model in our hooks and change the default is open to true, you are actually able to see our login. Perfect. And if you try and click close, it's going to work because we have passed the onClose function to call login model.onClose, which changes it to is open false. Perfect. Amazing, amazing job. All right. Now I'm going to create another model, which is going to be called register model. And for that, I'm just going to go ahead and go into our hooks. Let's just close everything. Go into your hooks and you can copy use login model and you can rename it to use register. All right. And what we're going to change is we're going to rename login model store to register model like this. So we're going to have register model store, use register model, and export use register model. Everything else can stay exactly the same. Great. Now you can go into your components, into models, and guess what? You can copy login model as well and rename it to register model. Perfect. Let's rename this component into register model. Export default register model as well. All right. And we can actually leave this login model control because we're going to need it. You're going to see why in a second. But below that, I also want to import register model. So use register model like this. Perfect. You see how easy it is to control global state with toStand? That's why I prefer it. All right. Now, besides email and password, we're actually going to need some more fields here. So I'm just going to write const name, set name, use state, empty string, and const username, set username, use state, empty string as well. All right. And now what I'm going to write is I'm going to just change this on submit function a little bit. So instead of closing the login model, we're going to close the register model. And we can change the comment to do add login to do register and login. All right. And now let's just change our body content a little bit. So we're going to have an email, but before we set our password, we're going to create an input for our name. And here you want to change set name and make sure the value is name as well. Copy the input again. And we're going to do the same for username. And again, set username right here and make sure you change the value to username as well. All right. And now if we go down, let's just modify this a bit. So is open is going to be controlled by register model is open, and on close is going to be controlled by register model on close. The title is going to be changed to create an account, and the action label is going to be register. All right. Now let's go back into our pages _app and let's import register model. Just like that. All right. And as you can see, we now have our register model showing up. So just quickly, let's go back into our hooks and make sure the default is open is actually false in use login model And also make sure that is open is default false in use register model as well. We don't want it to be open by default. All right, but just for now, I'm gonna enable it so you can see what we're doing. All right, so what we have to do now is create a little toggle right here, which is gonna ask whether we already have an account so we can switch to a login model. So let's go into our register model right here. And below this body content, we're gonna create another constant called footer content. In here, open a div, and let's give it the following class name: text-neutral-400 text-center and empty-4. Open a paragraph, which is going to say already have an account ? And after this, just give it an empty space and write a span, which is gonna say sign in. Actually, just make sure you put like an empty space here and write sign in. All right. And now let's style this as span. Class name is gonna be text-white, cursor-pointer, hover, underline. All right. Now go below and add footer and use the footer content which you just created. And great, now below this register, we have a question asking us if we already have an account and whether we want to sign in instead. And what we want to do now is on click, we want to close the register model and open the login model. And we're going to do that by creating a useful little function, which is going to be called onToggle. So below on submit, create a new function called onToggle, which is going to be a use callback. And what I'm going to do here is first I'm going to disable it if we are loading. So if is loading, we're just going to break the function because we don't want to switch if we are in the middle of creating an account. And what I'm going to do next is register model that on close and login model that on open, just like that. And of course, remember to pass is loading, register model and login model to the dependency array. And now we can use this onToggle method, which we created, and create an onClick on this span right here. So onClick and just pass the onToggle button. Perfect. And now if you actually try and click sign in, you can see that we have closed the register model and opened the login model. All that's left to do now is to create the exact same thing for our login model. So let's go back into login model here. And first what I want to do is I want to copy the onToggle function from here. So copy the onToggle function right here in the register model, go back into login model, and just above on submit, paste the onToggle. We're going to get an error because we don't have register model imported, so make sure you do that. Const register model, use register model like this. All right, great job. And now we have to write a footer content right here. And for that, you can also copy it from the register model. So just go here and copy the content, footer content, and below body content, just paste it right here. But we're gonna write some different text. So we're gonna say first time using Twitter, and instead of sign in, is going to be create an account. All right, copy the footer content, and just write footer equal footer content, and make sure you don't misspell. So footer with 2 O's. Great. And now our login model has a question. First time using Twitter, create an account. Great. And of course, don't forget to modify the onToggle function, right? So once we click create an account in the login model, we want it to be a little bit different. So we want to close the login model and we want to open the register model. So when you compare the two functions, onToggle in login model closes the login model and opens the register model. But in register, it does the opposite. In register model, we close the register model and open the login model. So if you try now, you can see that we can switch between our models, and of course, we can close them as well. Great job. And now I just want to give you a way to open the login model from this dashboard. Before we do that, let's open everything up. Go back into hooks one more time, open both of them, and just confirm that the is open is default to false in all of the models because we don't want them to be open by default. All right. And for now, I'm just gonna say that when we click this tweet function, let's open a model. So for that, let's go into components, let's go into layout, and let's click on sidebar tweet button right here. And we're gonna change this on click. So we're gonna say const on click, use callback. And we're just gonna say, let's replace this with on click like that. And let's just import login model. So const login model, use login model like this. And all we're gonna do is login model on open. Great. And make sure you pass the login model to the dependency array. Great. And now if we click on tweet, it's actually gonna open our login model and we can switch to create an account. Great job, amazing job. In the next part of the tutorial, we're actually going to create an authentication and create our models in the database. All right, in this part of the tutorial, we're going to install and set up Prisma, we're going to write our models, and finally, we're going to connect our authentication to the app. So let's head into our terminal and let's run npm install -D Prisma. After it's been installed, you can go ahead and run the command line interface npx prisma init. Great. Now you should see a couple of new files, so let's go ahead and let's take a look. First of all, you should have the new Prisma folder with schema.prisma right here. And you should also have the environment folder, which has the database URL pre-filled. We're not going to use this. This is just for the template which we initialized. All right. First things first, we have to change the provider to MongoDB, just like that. And if you're not seeing this syntax, like blue text and basically if it looks plain to you, what you need to do is you need to go into your extensions and make sure you have the Prisma extension installed. Right, so adds syntax highlighting and formatting and a bunch of other stuff which is useful. Great, so make sure you have the Prisma extension. All right, so what we have to do now is we have to get our database URL, which we are going to fill right here. And for that, let's go into MongoDB Atlas and let's create our database. So I'm just going to sign in because I already have an account. If you don't, you have to create one. And once you are in your MongoDB, you can build a database. You might have a button in this up right corner, but I have it right here. Make sure you select the free cluster option. For me, it's right here in the end, and you can just confirm it's free on the bottom right here. You can leave the name cluster 0 and you don't have to change anything here and just click create. Great. For username and password, you can write whatever you want. In my case, it's going to be Antonio, and the password is also going to be Antonio. For production, I suggest you use an auto-generated secure password and just click create user. Great, and now we have a user. And for the environment, I suggest you can add your current IP address with this button, but you can also add 0.0.0.0/0 if you want access from everywhere. The reason I add that is because I have a dynamic IP address, which means that a couple of times in a day, my IP address can change, and that means that I won't be able to access my database. So you can click add my current IP address, and most of the time you should be just fine. But for production, you want to allow access everywhere by typing 0.0.0/0 in the IP address. And click finish and close. Great. Once your database is created, you want to click the connect button right here, and I want you to select connect using VS Code. The reason I want you to select that is because it gives this specific type of string which is compatible with Prisma. You could technically use connect your application, but you can see that the string is just a little bit different. And for our case, we want to use connect using VS Code, this type of string. Great. So go ahead and copy that. And now I'm going to paste that in this database URL in our newly created .environment file right here. All right, perfect. And now we have to change this pointy brackets password into our password, which in my case is Antonio. just like that. Great. And the test is the name of our initial database. You can leave the test like this for now. All right. Now you can close the environment and let's go back into our Prisma schema.prisma file. And now we're going to write all of our models. The reason I want you to write all of them right now with all the fields is because if you work and change the fields later on, hot reload can get kind of messy and you might not be up to date and you might get some errors. So just for the ease of following this tutorial, I'm going to write all of the models now and then we're going to push them to the database and we're not going to modify this file any longer. All right, so let's start by writing our user model. Model user. First of all, every object, every model in MongoDB needs to have an ID. And there is a specific way we need to write our IDs using Prisma when using MongoDB. So go ahead and write ID string at ID at default in brackets auto. Great. And then at map annotations underscore ID at db.object ID. Perfect. And we're not gonna write this any more times. We're just gonna copy it for our future models. All right. Next thing the user needs to have is name, which is a string and optional. Username, which is also a string and optional. Bio, which is also a string and optional. And for username, you can also put at unique right here. So we make sure that only one username per user. Great. Email is also a string and optional. And of course, also email needs to be unique as well. Email verified is going to be a date time, which is optional. Next, we're going to have image, which is a type of string and optional. And now we're going to have cover image, which is also a type of string and optional. And we're going to have profile image, which is a type of string and optional. The reason I separated this profile image and cover image from this image is because this image is used for NextAuth session. And the reason we don't want to use this field, but we do need it, is because profile image can get pretty large and sometimes that can break the session. So that's why we have this duplicate profile image right here, because we are going to use this field, but this image field is needed for NextAuth. All right. And then we're going to have hashed password, which is a string and also optional. We're going to have created at, which is a date time, and default is going to be now. So the moment we create this user model, we're going to set the created at date. And updated at is going to be date time, and we can just use the at updated at Prisma function. Great. Then we're going to have following IDs, which is going to be an array of string like this, and a type is going to be db.object ID. All right. And then we're going to have the last field has notification, which is a type of optional Boolean like this. All right. And now we're going to write some relations. So user is able to have posts with a relation, an array of posts like this. Comments with an array of comment like this, and notifications with an array of notification like this. Right now, everything is underlined because we do not have these models defined yet. So let's go ahead and create our post model. So model post, and you can just copy the ID from the user. It's going to have a body, which is a required string. It's going to have created at, which again is date time at default now. It's going to have updated at, which is date time at updated at. It's going to have a user ID, which is a type of string, which is a type of db.object ID. And it's going to have liked IDs, which is an array of string, which is also a db.object ID. And lastly, we're just going to create the relation between the user. So go ahead and write user, capital user, at relation, open brackets, fields, open array, user ID. References is going to be ID, and on delete, we're going to write cascade. All right, so you can see that now underline for post just went away, and that's because we created a proper relation with the user. Basically, what we are saying here is we are creating a user relation using the field user ID, which we defined right here, and we're going to reference that to the user ID right here. And when we delete the user, we also want to cascade this post because the post cannot exist without the user. Great. And I also want to add another relation right here on the bottom, comments, which is just going to be an array of comments like this, right? So the user will also have a relationship with comment, but each post is also going to have a relation with their comments as well. All right. Now let's write the model for comment. So model comment, you can copy the ID, and it's going to be pretty similar to post. So body, which is a type of required string, created at, which is date time at default now, updated at, which is date time at updated at, user ID, which is a string of db.objectID, and post ID, which is also a string of db.objectID. All right. And now we just have to create two relations here. So user at relation, and we're going to write the same thing as above. So fields, user ID, references, ID, and onDelete cascade. And you can just copy this and create the same relation for post. So post, instead of user here, is going to be post. Instead of user ID, is going to be post ID. And the reference is the same because post has the same field named ID. All right. And let's create our last model here. So model notification. And let's just write an ID. Actually, let's copy the ID from the comments since it is the same everywhere. And notification is going to have a body, which is a type of string. It's going to have a user ID, which is also a type of string, but db.objectID. And it's also going to have created at, which is date time at default now. All right. And we just have to create a relationship with the user. You can see it's still red right here. And for that, you can just copy this from the comment since it is exactly the same. Great. You have finished the entire schema for all of our models. And now we actually want to see these fields, actually these collections in our database. Right now, if you go into browse collections, you're not going to be able to see anything because we don't have it yet. So go ahead and go into your terminal right here. And now that we have some stuff in our schema Prisma, you can actually go ahead and run npx prisma db push. As you can see, it successfully connected to our database test using this cluster. And now it found all the new collections we created, all the new relations we created, and it's going to push that to the database right here. Great. And now if you refresh, you can see that we have comment, notification, post, and user. Amazing, amazing job. All right. Now it's time for us to create our authentication and login and register controllers. So to do that, let's just install Prisma client. So go ahead and install npm install at prisma/client. Great. And just remember to run your project, npm run dev. All right. And we're going to create a new library right here. So go ahead and create a new folder called libs. And inside of libs, you're going to create a new file called prismadb.ts. Great. And in here, we're going to import Prisma client from Prisma/client like this. All right. And now we're going to declare global var Prisma is equal to Prisma client type undefined. All right. And now let's just create our client. So const client is equal to global this.prisma type new Prisma client. And then we're just going to write a environment check. So if process.environment.node environment is not equal to production, global this.prisma is equal to client. And in the end, just export default client. Perfect. So what we're doing here is we are basically doing kind of like a fix or a hack for Next.js hot reloading, because what happens is that Next.js can hot reload and create a bunch of new Prisma client instances, and then stuff just stops to work because it's simply breaking stuff because too many instances are active. So this prevents it by saving it in a global base variable, which is not affected by hot reload. All right. And now what I want you to do is I want you to close everything, and I want you to go into Pages, API, and create a new folder called Auth. And inside this Auth folder, I want you to create a new file, open square brackets, ... NextAuth, and outside.ts. Great. All right. And now we have to install some packages to start working on our authentication. So open your terminal again. And let's start by installing bcrypt. So npm install bcrypt. We can also install the types. So npm install at types, npm install -d at types / bcrypt. All right. Now we have to install NextAuth. So npm install next-auth. And last thing we need is npm install at next-auth / prisma-adapter. Make sure you have this at right here. I know this looks similar to what we just installed, but this is a separate package and we need it for Prisma. Great. Now just remember to run the project again. All right, everything seems to be running, and let's write our NextAuth. So go ahead and import bcrypt from bcrypt. Import NextAuth from next-auth. Import credentials provider from next-auth / providers / credentials. And import curly brackets Prisma adapter from at next-auth / Prisma adapter. Great. And now we have to import our Prisma lib, which we created right here in the libs. So go ahead and write import Prisma from at /libs / prisma-db. Great. And just confirm that you can actually load the file. Great. All right. Now let's write export default NextAuth. First, let's assign our Prisma adapter. So adapter is equal to Prisma adapter and pass in the Prisma right here. Great. Next, we need our providers. So providers is an array, and we're going to start with credentials provider right here. And let's open the options object. Name is going to be credentials. And our actual credentials are going to be email and password. So email is going to be label email and a type which is text. And you can just copy and write password, which is a label of password and a type of password. All right. And now let's write our login function. So asynchronous authorize is a function which has the credentials parameter. And inside, first thing we're going to check if the credentials has email and password. So if our credentials does not have email, or if our credentials does not have password, you can just throw new error invalid credentials. All right. And yeah, credentials can be undefined, so let's just use the question mark here so we confirm we don't break the app. All right. And now let's go ahead and let's find the user with this email, because if we are logging in, we need to confirm that this user actually exists. So const user is equal to await prisma.user.find unique. If you are by any chance getting an error when writing prisma.user, as in it cannot find user, that means that you need to run npx db push, because you might have forgotten it, or maybe it did not synchronize. You can also try restarting the project or refreshing your VS Code. All right. And in this find unique, we want to write where email is equal to credentials.email. So we want to use the credential email to find the existing user. All right. And now if the user does not exist, or if the user does not have hashed password, we want to throw new error, again, invalid credentials, because obviously whatever they typed in does not exist in our database and we cannot use that to log in the user. All right. And now let's check if the password is correct. So const is correct password is equal to await bcrypt.compare. And we're going to compare the credentials.password with user.hashed password, like this, right? So we're going to compare the hash that we have in our database, and we're going to compare what bcrypt will hash whatever the user passed in the credentials. All right, great. And now, if it isn't the correct password, we're just going to throw a new error, which is again going to say invalid credentials. Great. And in the end, we just want to return the user because everything went okay. Great, great job. All right. Now outside this providers, we want to write debug to be equal to process.environment.node environment identical to development. So we want to turn on the debug if we are in development. This will help you a lot because you will see a bunch of information in your terminal and it's going to help you debug stuff. For the session object, you want to choose a strategy, which is a type of JWT. And for JWT, you want to open and write secret, and you're just going to write process.environment.nextAuth _JWT_secret. We do not have this yet. We're just going to create it in a moment. And the last field here is secret, which is process.environment.nextAuth_secret. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's create this nextAuth JWT secret and nextAuth secret. So go into your .environment file right here and just add the nextAuth JWT secret and just add the nextAuth_secret here. For me, this is just going to be next_out_JWT_secret. And this is going to be next_out_secret. All right. Great. We have our nextAuth completely set up. Great, great job. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to create our register endpoint. So let's close everything up and let's go into pages and into API folder right here. So make sure you do not create it inside out. Make sure you are creating it in API, create a new file called register.ts like this. So the auth should not have this register. The auth is reserved for nextAuth. Great. And in this register, we're going to export default asynchronous function called handler, which has a request, which is type of next API request, and the response, which is a type of next API response. All right. And you can just open the function. And first thing we want to do is we want to limit this method to post only. So if request.method is not equal to post, you just want to return response status 405 and end the call. Great. And now we can open our try and catch block, and let's handle the error first. So we want to log the error. I forgot to write the return function. So if you want to write it now, that's fine, but I will also come back and write it later. And on catch, we want to extract our values, and the values we're going to receive are the following. So const email username, name, and password from request.body, because that's what we are going to send, if you remember, in our create an account model right here. Great. All right. And now let's hash our password. So const hashed password is going to be equal to await bcrypt, which of course we have to import. So import bcrypt from bcrypt is going to be equal to await bcrypt dot hash password 12. Make sure you don't misspell password. All right. Now that we have our hash password, let's create the user. So const user is going to be equal to await prisma.user.create. And don't forget to import Prisma. So import Prisma from @/libs/Prisma. Sorry, /prisma.db. All right, so it's this file we created right here. Make sure you don't misspell it. And you can always check with Command or Control, hold your Control key and press right here so you can see it loads the actual file. All right, and now you can use this prisma.user.create, open an object, and let's write some data. So the data we're gonna pass is gonna be email, username, name, and hashed password. Great. And now it's gonna return response status to 100.json user. Perfect. All right. And now what I want to do is I want to create another library called serverAuth. So go ahead into your libs right here and create a new file called serverAuth.ts. Great. So go ahead and write const serverAuth is an asynchronous function which only accepts a request, which is a type of Next API request. And in here, we're gonna get our session using NextAuth. So const session is equal to await get session. Oh, make sure you write the arrow function right here. So asynchronous, open parameters, and write an arrow function, get session. And in here, you're just gonna pass an object which accepts a request. And we're going to import get session from NextAuth. So import get session from next-auth/react. Like that. All right. Now we're going to check if we have a logged in user. So if we don't have session question.user question.email, we're going to throw new error not signed in. Otherwise, if we are signed in, let's find our current user using the email. So const current user is equal to await prisma.user. And of course, let's not forget to import Prisma. So import Prisma from @/libs/prisma.db. So prisma.user.find unique, where email is equal to session.user.email like this. Great. If we don't have the current user, so if we have not found anything with this email, we want to throw a new error again and just write not signed in. Great. And just return an object current user like this. And don't forget to export default server out. All right. And before we move into our UI, I just want to create another API route called current, which we're going to use to create a current user. To fetch our currently logged in user. So go into your API folder and create a new file called current.ts. And in here, it's going to be pretty similar to register. So export default asynchronous function handler, which accepts a request, which is Next API request, and the response, which is Next API response. All right. And first, let's limit this to get only. So if request.method is not equal to get, return response status 405 and end the call. And now you can open your try and catch block, and let's handle the error first. So for development, we're just going to log the error like this and return response status 400 end. Great. And in our try block, all we're going to do is we are going to extract the current user from the library which we just created right here. All right, so go ahead and write const current user is equal to await serverAuth. And remember, we have to pass the request, not in curly brackets. We just have to pass it like this. Perfect. And what we're going to do now is return response status 200.json current user. Great. So what this route is going to do is basically it's going to use this serverAuth to get the current session from the request which we are getting. It's going to check if we are logged in, and then it's going to find the user by email, and it's going to return our user so we can use it in whatever way we want. All right. And now I want you to go back into API register right here, and we forgot to return something if there is an error. So after this console log, just make sure you return response status 400 and end the call. Perfect. All right, we are almost ready to create some authentication on the front end. So what I want you to do now is I want you to go into hooks and create a new file called use_current_user.ts. And I want you to go into the terminal and let's install another package, npm install svr. And remember to run the project again. All right, and now import use svr from svr like this. And we also have to create another library called fetcher. So go again into your libs right here and create a file called fetcher.ts. It's going to be very simple. We do need another library here. So npm install Axios. Run the project again. And import Axios from Axios. And we're going to define our fetcher as the following. Const fetcher is equal to a URL, which is a type of string, and all it's going to do is axios.get the URL, and then it's going to use the response and extract response.data like this, and export the default fetcher. Perfect. And now go back into your hooks, use current user, and you can import fetcher from @/libs/fetcher like this. Great. And now write const use current user, which is just going to return the SVR. So const data error is loading, mutate is equal use SVR, and it's going to point to /API/current. Why there? Because that is what we just created in this pages API current right here. All right. And we also have to pass in the fetcher like this. Perfect. And all we want to do is return all of these fields which have been extracted from the SVR library. So return data error is loading and mutate. And don't remember to export default use current user. All right. So what SVR is going to do is SVR is going to fetch this /API/current using the Axios fetcher, which we created right here, and it's going to store it in its global store. So we're going to be able to reuse this use current user hook, and it's not going to refetch it every time we use it. It's actually going to take a look and see if data already exists, and it's also going to decide whether data maybe needs to be re-invalidated and fetched again. So basically, this is going to replace our global state like Redux. So this is an amazing library which you can use for fetching. And we are also provided with stuff like data, error, is loading, and mutate if we purposely want to fetch it again. Great. All right, so now we can go back into our models. So let's close everything up and let's go with the components, models, register model right here. And here we have a comment to do add register and login. So let's go ahead and do that. Write await Axios, which you can import from Axios at the top right here. And we're going to call our register route. So axios.post/API/register. Why does this route exist? Because we created it in pages API register right here. That's why I told you to not put it in the auth folder, because otherwise it's going to be API/auth/register. And you want to keep the auth folder clean because this is reserved for NextAuth. So if you actually put any route here, you might actually break the authentication. All right. And remember the body which we are going to pass is going to be email, password, username, name. And we need to add all of this to our dependency array so they are up to date. So email, password, username, and name. How do we know that these are the fields we want? Well, again, because we defined that in the register controller right here. From request.body, we're going to extract email, username, name, and password, and we're going to store that in our user right here. Great. And one thing I want to add is I want to add a cool little toast notification when we succeed or when we fail. So once again, open your terminal and write npm install react-hot-toast. Great. And remember to run the project again. And now what I want you to do is I want you to go into your pages underscore app file again. And here we're going to add the provider for our React hot toast, which we just installed. And we're also going to wrap the entire thing in a session provider so we can properly do authentication on the front end. So go ahead and import the following packages. So import toaster from react-hot-toast and import session provider from next-auth/react like this. And you're going to wrap the whole thing in session provider like this. Make sure you end the fragment as well. And you're going to pass the session prop from page props.session like this. Great. And just above register model, you're also going to add the toaster. Just like that. Perfect. And now we can go back into our register model, which is in components models register model right here. And what we're going to write now is the following. So after this await call has been successful, we want to write toast.success account created like this. Now we have to import toast. So go back to the top and just import toast from react-hot-toast. All right, perfect. And we also want to handle the error. So if we have an error, we want to do toast.error, something went wrong. Great. And after we register, we also want to log in immediately. So import another field right here, sign in from next-auth/react right here. And after we successfully toast the success, we just want to init the sign in. Sign in, we're going to use credentials, and we're going to pass the email and password. Great. And that should be it. You can actually try. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to expand this a little bit so I can open my network tab on the side and see if we successfully create or if we get an error. So go ahead and click tweet, select create an account, and let's create our first account. So I'm going to write my email. I'm going to write my name, code with Antonio, my username, which is going to be code with Antonio, lowercase, and my password 123321. And let's click register. Perfect. As you can see, we got a toast notification that account has been created, and we also got signed in. And if you go back into your database now and refresh and go into user, you can actually see our newly created user right here. Great, great job. And now we actually cannot see that we are logged out, that we are logged in. So let's go ahead and fix that for a second. What I want you to do now is I want you to go into our sidebar component right here in layout sidebar. And I want to use the hook which we created called use current user right here in hooks. So in sidebar, import const data alias current user from use current user like this. And you can import that from @/hooks/current user. And what we're going to do is we're going to check if the current user exists. And depending on that, we're going to show or hide this logout button right here. So open curly brackets and say current user and end. And just wrap the sidebar item of logout inside of that. Great. So our logout is only going to be available if we have the current user. And now we're going to add the sign out function right here. So instead of this arrow function like this, you're just going to rewrite sign out. And you're going to import that from next-auth/react. So import sign out from next-auth/react. And make sure you will have an arrow function which returns the sign out like this. Great. And now let's go back into our sidebar item right here. And one thing we're going to write is we actually haven't used this onClick at all. So just go ahead and write onClick is going to be handle click. And now we're going to define this handle click right here. So const handle click is going to be use callback. And we're going to check if onClick exists. So if onClick, in that case, just return onClick. like this. Otherwise, we're going to use our router. So go ahead and import the router. Const router is equal to use router, which you can import from next/router. And so if there's an onClick, we just want to override with onClick. Otherwise, we're going to use router.push, and we're going to push the href, right? Great. And just write router and onClick in the dependency array. And just to ensure that this href exists, let's write another if here. So if href, like this. And make sure you also put the href in the dependency array. Great. So now if you actually go ahead and try and click logout, you can see that we are logged out and we cannot see the login, the logout button right here. Now let's enable our login model. So close everything up and let's go into components, models, login model right here. Great. And so here we have written to do add login. So what we're going to do is await sign in, which we are going to import from next-auth/react. And we're going to use open brackets and write credentials. And we're going to pass the email and password. And don't forget to pass it in the dependency array as well. So email, password, like this. Great. And now if I actually try, you can see that I'm successfully logged in. And if I click logout, I'm logged out. Perfect. And one thing which we forgot, as you can see in this model, we can see our password. So let's just go into the body content right here and add a type to password like this. And now you cannot see it. And we have to do the same thing for the register model. So just go into body content, find the password, and just add type password. Perfect. And one thing I want to do next is actually protect these notifications and profile sidebar item. So if we are logged out, we don't want to be able to be redirected to these notifications, even though it doesn't exist yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my sidebar item. So components, layout, sidebar item, and I'm going to add another interface field called auth, which is going to be optional boolean, and extract it here in props. And what I'm going to check here is I'm going to check if the route is protected. So for that, we're also going to need our current user. So go ahead and write const data alias current user is equal to use current user, which you can import from @/hooks/use current user like this. All right. And now I'm going to modify this a little bit. So I'm going to write if auth and we don't have current user, what we have to do is we have to open the login model. So we also need that const login model is equal to use login model, which you can import from @/hooks/use login model. So if we are if this route is protected and we are not logged in or we don't have the current user, what we want to do is login model.open. Sorry, login model.onOpen. And you can just change this if to else if, like that. All right, and now we have to add some stuff to our dependency array. We have to add current user and we have to add auth. Is that all? And we have to add login model as well. Perfect. Right, nothing's going to change yet because we have to go back into our sidebar right here. And let's just modify these items a bit. So for home, we want everyone to be able to access it. For notifications, we want to set auth true. And we want to do the same thing for profile, auth true. Great. And now we also need to pass that in this iteration. So auth is equal to item.auth. Great. And now if you actually try and click on profile, we have our login popped up. If you try notifications, we have our login popped up. But if you try home, it works. So if I click notifications and try and log in, you can see now I can click on notifications. Now it doesn't exist, so it shows 404, but it does not show me the login model. But if I log out and click on notifications, it opens the login model. Great, great job. You successfully finished the authentication. All right, so in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create routes to fetch our users and to fetch individual user as well. And we're also going to fill this component of who to follow since we now created our first account, which we tested in the last part of the tutorial. So let's go ahead and let's go into our Pages API and let's create a new folder called users. And inside, for now, create an index.ts file. Great. And now we're going to write our handler. So export default asynchronous function handler, which accepts request, which is type of Next API request, which you can import from Next right there at the top, and response, which is type of Next API response. Great. Now we can open this function and let's limit it to get requests. So if request.method is not get, we're going to return response status 405 and end the call. Great. Now let's open our try and catch block. Let's handle the error. So log the error like this for development and return response status 400 and end the call as well. Great. And now what we're going to do here is we're going to fetch our users. So const users is equal await prisma.users.find many. And of course, we have to import Prisma. So go to the top and import Prisma from add/libs/prisma.db, like that. All right, and instead of users, it's going to be prisma.user like this, because we are working with an individual entity. So prisma.user.find many, and open an object. And all we're going to do is we're going to order them by newest created. So order by, and we are going to target our created at field, and we're going to order it by descending. Great. And all we have to do now is return response status 200.json users. Perfect. All right. And now that this is done, we can actually go ahead in our users and create another file called user ID. So create a new file and open the square brackets and write user ID.ts. Great, great job. All right, now we're going to do the same thing here. So export default asynchronous function handler, which accepts a request, a type of Next API request, and response, a type of Next API response. Great. Open the function, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to limit it to get method. So if requested method is not equal to get, return response status 405 and end the call. Great. Now we can open our try and catch block as we did just a minute earlier. And let's handle the error in the same way. So log the error and return response status 400 and end the call. Perfect. All right. And now in here, we are going to have to extract our user ID, which we know that we will get because of this syntax which we've written in which we named the file. This is a special Next.js syntax in which our user ID will be transferred in our request.query. So let's go ahead and write const user ID is equal request.query like that. And now let's check if the user ID is valid. So if we don't have user ID, or if type of user ID is not equal to string, we're going to throw a new error, which is just going to say invalid ID. And of course, make sure you actually check for user ID and not user. All right. And now let's find the existing user. So const existing user is going to be equal to await Prisma, which of course we have to import again. So import Prisma from add/libs/prisma.db prisma.user.findUnique, and we're going to write where ID is equal to user ID like this. Perfect. And now we're also going to load the user's followers. So const followers count is going to be equal to await prisma.user.count. And in the where object, we're going to write following IDs as user ID. Great. So we are going to find all the users who follow the current user ID, which we are searching for, so we can display on the profile how many followers the user has. Perfect. And all we're going to do next is return response status 200.json. We're going to open an object and we're going to spread the existing user, and we are going to add followers count like this. Perfect. We now have our users route. Great. Now let's go ahead and close everything up, and let's create a hook called useusers.ts. Great. All right, and you can actually go into use current user, and you can copy the entire thing and paste it here, so it's going to be the same. Let's rename this to use users like this. And now let's just, I'm just going to collapse this so we can see the entire thing. All right, so instead of /API/current, use users is going to be users like that. And that's literally it. This is all we need. Perfect. And now let's copy use users, and let's create another hook called use user. All right, let's rename it to use user. And this one is going to be a little bit different because it's going to accept a parameter called user ID, which is a type of string. Great. And now we're going to add a conditional here, depending on whether we have the user ID or not. So if we have user ID, we're going to open the special types of annotations, and we're going to do slash and open this special object in which we're going to write user ID. Otherwise, null. So the SVR won't do any calls if there is a missing user ID. Perfect. And that's it. We have created our use user hook. We can close everything now, and we can now go into components, and let's create our avatar. So go into components and create a new file called avatar.tsx. Great. Let's write the interface for our avatar. So interface avatar props is going to be user ID, which is a type of string. It's going to be isLarge, which is an optional boolean, and it's going to be has border, which is also an optional boolean. Great. And now let's write this component, and let's call it avatar like this. And let's just assign this props. So React, that functional component, will have the avatar props in its pointy brackets. And let's just extract all of these props. So user ID is large and has border. Perfect. All right. And for now, let's just return an empty div here. Okay. And now I want you to see how we are styling this avatar. So I'm not going to write anything because we cannot see what we're doing. So before we finish this avatar, I want to go into layout, into follow bar right here. And if you remember, we've actually written here to do user list. So we can actually do that now because we just created our API in Pages API users. So we can actually fetch these users using the use users hook. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Right here, you're going to write const data, give it an alias of users, and give it a default value of an empty array. And we're just going to write use users like this. Perfect. All right. And now let's just check whether we want to display this follow bar or not. So if users.length is equal to 0, we're going to return null. So if there are no users on the site, we don't want to display anything. All right. As you can see, it disappeared for a second because it did not initiate the call. And then it initiated the call, and it actually loaded one user here, the one that we created last time. And now we're going to iterate these users in this list and actually create it. All right, so inside this comment right here, we can remove it now, and we can actually write users.map user, which is going to be a type of record. Sorry, record, and in the pointy brackets, you can write string, comma, any. All right, and we're going to immediately return a div for now, and let's style this div. So it's going to be class name, flex-row, gap-4. And let's give it a key of user.id. Great. Now inside of that, we're going to paste our avatar like this, which we're going to import from .avatar. Why can we import it like that? Well, because follow bar is in layout, which is in components. So we have to escape the layout and go into avatar right here. All right. Now let's close this avatar component like this, just so we don't have the error. And let's give it the user ID, user.id like this. Perfect. You're not going to see anything now because remember, we're just returning an empty div for now. All right. And just below this avatar, I want to open another div right here and give it the following class names. So class name, flex-call. Make sure you don't misspell flex like I did. And inside, we're just going to write 2 paragraphs. First one is going to be user.name, and let's give it a class name of text-white, font-semi-bold, and text-sm. Great, and you can actually see that our name appeared here in the who to follow section. I just want to collapse this so to make sure that you can see everything in one screen. All right, and below that, we're going to write another paragraph, and here we're going to write we're actually going to write the @ sign first, and then we're going to open user.username like this. Great, you can actually see my name and code with Antonio right here. Great, now let's style this username. So text-neutral-400 and text-sm. And make sure you don't misspell neutral like this, so neutral. Perfect, and now you can actually see our user, but we cannot see the avatar. So let's go ahead and let's wrap up our avatar right here. First things first, we want to fetch the user. So let's go ahead and write const data. Let's give it an alias of fetched user, and it's going to use the use user hook, which we created. Make sure it's not use users, because this one is different. And use user needs to accept the user ID, which we do have. Great. So let's just pass in user ID like this. All right. Now we're going to write an onClick handler. So const onClick is going to be a use callback, which you can import from React right here. All right. Let's not forget the dependency array. And what we're going to do, we're actually going to accept an event here, which is going to be a type of any for now. And what we're going to do is just say event.stop propagation. Stop propagation like that. The reason we want to do this is because we're going to use this avatar inside some components which are going to be clickable. So we want to make sure that when we click on avatar, we want to override whatever the parent element on click is. That's what event.stop propagation does. All right, now let's generate the user URL, which we're going to redirect once we click the avatar. Const URL is equal, open the annotations and just write /users/user ID like this. Perfect. And now you can just write router.push URL. All right, and we have a mistake here. So it's not capital router, it's lowercase router, and you can import it from const router use router from next/router like this. So import use router from next/router. Perfect. All right, now let's fill the dependency array. So we are missing router and user ID. So make sure you write router and user ID like that. Perfect. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's actually style this div. So class name is going to be equal to an object, which is going to have template literal strings inside of it, because we are going to do some conditional classes with is large and has border. All right. So if we have the parameter has border, inside of the curly brackets, you're going to open a question mark and put a class border-4 border-black, otherwise an empty string. Below that, we're going to check is large, and we're going to give it a height of 32, otherwise a height of 12. And you can copy and paste this and just replace the height with width like this. Great. And you can already see we have some space here. Perfect. All right, and now it's time to actually put our image inside. But before we do that, let's actually write some more classes here. So rounded-full, hover, opacity -90, transition, cursor-pointer, and relative. Great. And you can actually try and hover, and you see we have a little pointer right there. All right, and now we're going to use next image. So go ahead and write image like this and import it from next/image like this, the same way we did with next/router. Perfect. All right. Now it's time to give some attributes to this image. So we're going to give it an attribute of fill, and we're going to give it a style, which has to be an object, and we're going to give it a style of object fit, which is cover, and border radius, which is 100%. All right, give it an alt of avatar, on click, which is on click, and a source, which is going to be fetched user dot profile image. All right. And now we're going to get an error because there is a chance that this fetched user is not loaded yet. So what I want to do is I want to give this a pipe, which is going to say /images/placeholder.png. And as you can see, we now have this broken image. And the reason we have that is because we don't have this /images/holder.png. We have to create our placeholder now. So we're going to put that in public and create a new folder called images. And you can either find your own placeholder.png online, or you can go into my repository. The link will be in the description, and you can just go into public right here, into images and placeholder.png. Right click on the file, save image as, save the file, and just drag and drop it into images right here. Perfect. And now if you save again and refresh, you actually see that we have our placeholder. Great job. In the next part of the tutorial, we are actually going to create our user profile page, and we are going to enable editing of the image and adding a cover image, as well as changing our name. And you can actually try and click on this image right here, and it's going to redirect you to user/user ID. But for now, this doesn't exist. This is what we're going to do in the next part. Amazing job. Well done. All right. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create our user profile. So when we actually click on this avatar, we can load the information about the user. So go ahead and close everything up. Make sure you have the project running as well, and go into pages and create a new folder called users. Inside this users folder, you're going to create a new file, open square brackets, user ID.tsx. Great. And let's name the component user view like this. And let's for now just put an empty div like this. And now if you actually click here, you can see that we don't get an error anymore because the user view actually exists. And you can see our URL is users/user ID, which is the exact structure we have in pages, users, user ID. So you can actually click on this avatar right here, and you should not get a 404, for example, like you would on notifications if we were logged in. Great. All right. What I want you to do now is I want to install a package called React Spinners. So open up your terminal and let's run npm install react-spinners. Great. Remember to run the project again. All right. And now what we'll do here is first, let's add the header, which we can reuse from our already made components. So instead of div, we're actually going to have a fragment here. And our first component is going to be header. And you can import header from add/components/header. And what's missing is a label, which for now will just say user profile. And we're going to fill it with the name later. And one more thing that we want here is we want to enable the attribute show back arrow. So we can actually go back into home. So we can click here and we have the back arrow. Great job. All right. And now let's actually fetch our user so we can start working on some data. So const user ID from router.query. And of course we need the router. So const router is equal to use router from next/router. All right. So how do we know that we will get this user ID from router.query? Well, that's because of Next.js structure in which we named this user ID right here. Perfect. And now we want to fetch that user using our hooks use user, which accepts the ID which we created in the last part of the tutorial. So const data, give it an alias of fetched user. And let's also extract is loading, because we installed the React Spinners for that, is equal to use user and pass the user ID as a string, like that. All right. And now what we want to do is we want to add our loading state first. So let's do the following. If is loading or there is no fetched user, we just want to return a div with the class name flex justify-center, items-center, and h-full. And inside of that, we're just going to use a clip loader, which you can import from React-spinners right here. All right. And we want to give this clip loader a color of light blue and a size of 80. All right. And you can actually modify this a bit and just say true. And you will see that we have our nice loader light here. Great. Now just make sure you return the if clause to is loading or if there is no fetched user. All right. And now we can actually replace this user profile label with the actual fetched user name. So go ahead and write fetched user (name). And as you can see, this just switched to code with Antonio. How do we know it's code with Antonio? Well, because we have our ID in the URL here, which is reading the fetched user name. Great. Now I want to create another component here called user hero. And it's going to accept a prop called user ID, which is going to be equal to user ID as string from our router.query. And if you save, you're going to get an error because user hero component does not exist. So let's go ahead into our components and let's create a new folder called users. And inside these users, let's create a file called user hero.tsx. Name the component user hero. And let's just return div. So we fix the error. Let's go back into our pages, users, user ID, and let's import this newly created component. Just like that, the error should go away. All right. And now let's write the interface for our user hero component. So the interface user hero props is equal to user ID, which is a type of string. And now let's attach this props to this component. So React.functional components is equal to user hero props. And right here in the parameters, we can extract user ID. Great. And now this error should go away because it actually accepts the user ID. All right. Now what I want to import next is the next image. So import image from next/image. Like this. And I also want to import the use_user hook. So import use_user from @/hooks/use_user. And I also want to import avatar from /avatar. You can also use @/components, but since we are already in the components folder, we just have to escape the users folder and go to this avatar right here. So this should work. All right. And now let's fetch this user using our use_user hook. So const data, give it an alias of fetched user is equal to use_user, and just pass user ID right here. Great. All right. And now let's get to styling. So inside this div, you want to give another div and give it a class name of bg-neutral-700 h-44 relative. And you should see we have our cover placeholder right here. And inside of that, we're going to create a conditional, which is either going to show the cover image if it exists, or leave it blank like this if it doesn't. So open curly brackets and write fetched user (cover image) and open brackets and just write image, which we imported from next image right here at the top. Give it a source of fetched user .cover image. Give it an attribute fill, and I'm actually going to collapse these attributes so you can see all of them in one line. So fill alt is going to be cover image, and style is going to be an object of object fit cover like this. And right now you should not see any changes because we never added the cover image to our user. All right. And just below that, I want to create another div and give it the following class names. So class name absolute bottom -16. Sorry, you can delete this and make sure you write -bottom -16. Right. So this is equal to bottom minus 16, but this is the way you write it in Tailwind. You append the minus before the class name. So make sure it's minus bottom 16 and left dash 4. All right. And inside here, I want to add our avatar. So avatar, and we want to give it user ID of user ID. We're going to give it an is large attribute and has border attribute. And as you can see, we actually have our user image right here, and it's using the same placeholder because we never added the image. But great, this is exactly what we want. So again, just make sure you have this minus bottom 16 because it's important for positioning, as well as left 4, as well as this main container having the relative class and this wrapper around avatar having the absolute class. Perfect. And now let's create the user bio. So go back into your pages, users, user ID, and create a new file, new component, user bio, like this. And it's going to accept the exact same props. So user ID is equal to user ID as string. You're going to get an error because it doesn't exist. So let's go into our components user and create a new file, userbio.tsx, and name the component user bio and just return div for now. Let's go back into our user profile and just import that component as well as we did with the user hero, like this, and the error should go away. All right, now let's write the interface for user bio. So interface user bio props is equal to user ID, which is a type of string. Let's attach this props, react that functional component is equal to user bio props, and we can also extract user ID right here. All right. And now let's actually, we're going to fetch a couple of stuff. So first, let's fetch our current user. Const data current user is equal to use current user, which you can import from add/hooks/use current user. We created this in the second or third part of our tutorial. And you also want to import the fetched user. So data is fetched user from use user, like this, and make sure you pass the user ID like this. Great. Amazing job. All right. And now I want you to install another package. So go into your terminal and run npm install date-fns. All right. And let's import that at the top. So import format from date-fns. Okay, and we have the types. Great. You can go ahead and run the project again and close the terminal. All right. And now let's create our created at constant here. So const created at is equal to use memo. And it's going to return the following. So if there is no fetched user question mark dot created at, you're just going to return null. Otherwise, you're going to return format new date fetched user dot created at in a format of 4 capital M's and 4 lowercase y's, like this. And make sure you fill the dependency array. So we need fetched user question mark dot created at. Great. All right. And now let's get into styling our dev. So class name is equal border dash b dash square brackets 1 pixel border dash neutral dash, make sure you don't misspell neutral, dash 800 pb dash 4. And you can already see we have our little container right here, but we're gonna extend it even more now. So write another div right here, class name flex justify dash end np dash 2. And in here, we're actually going to check if we are looking at our own profile page or someone else's profile page. So open curly brackets and just write current user underscore, sorry, question mark dot ID is equal to user ID, and open the question mark and open the brackets, and you're just going to write a button, which is going to say secondary with a label edit, And on click for now is just going to be empty. And make sure you import button from /button. All right, and now remember after we created this conditional, if we are looking at our own profile, we want to create another conditional right here, which is going to be another button with some different attributes. So on click again is just going to be an empty function. Label for now is just going to be follow, and secondary is actually, we don't need secondary. Yeah, actually, let's just put secondary like this. Great. So if we are looking at someone else's profile, we will see the follow button. But if we are looking at our own profile, we will see the edit button. So let's actually log in so we can see the difference. Great. As you can see, I'm logged in, so I can see the edit button because Code with Antonio is my profile. But if I log out, you can see that I can see the follow button right here. Great, great job. All right. And now we're going to create some other stuff right here. So just outside this div, open another div with a class name empty-8 px-4. And inside another class name flex-call. All right, and inside of that, let's create a paragraph with class name of text-white, text-2xl, font-semi-bold, and the value is going to be fetched user $.name. And as you can see, our name is loaded right here below the image. Great, great job. And you can actually write another paragraph below that with the class name of text-md, text-neutral 500. And here you're going to write an @ sign and then open the curly brackets, fetched user $.username. So now below that, you can see what is my username appended with an @ sign. Great, great job. All right. And now outside this div, you want to create another div and give it a class name of flex-call empty-4 again. And inside you just want to write a paragraph with fetched user $.bio and the class name in the paragraph of text-white. You cannot see any bio right now because we never added the bio. But you can go ahead in your database if you want to test it out, but we are going to create an edit model very soon. All right. Now, just below this paragraph, I want to create another div right here and give it the following class names. flex-row, items-center, gap-2, empty-4, and text-neutral 500. And in here, I want to import a BI calendar from react-icons/BI. So import BI calendar from react-icons/BI. And I want to give it a size of 24. Great. And now we have our little calendar icon right here. And just below that, I want to open a paragraph and write joined and use our created @ constant, which we have created here in this memoization function right here. And you can see now we have a little calendar here and says in which month and which year we joined this clone of Twitter. Great, great job. All right. Now outside this div right here, you want to create another div with a class name of flex-row, items-center, empty-4, gap-6. And inside, you can open another div and give it the class name of flex-row, items-center, gap-1. And inside of that, we're going to write a paragraph, and we're just going to load the number of users we are following. So fetched user question mark dot following IDs question mark dot length. And let's give the class name of text dash white. And as you can see, we get the number 0 because we are not following any IDs yet. And just below this paragraph, let's write another paragraph, which is just going to say following. And let's also style this class name text dash neutral dash 500 like this. Great. And now you can actually go ahead and copy this entire div and paste it below. And we're just going to check for some different stuff. So instead of following IDs, we're going to check for followers count like this, and we're going to add type 0. And instead of following, we're going to write followers. Great. Amazing job. You have completed the user profile. In the next part of the tutorial, we will add the edit model right here. All right, so in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create our edit model and edit button. So let's go ahead and close everything up, and let's go into Pages, API, and create a new file called edit.ts. And in here, let's export default synchronous function handler, which is going to accept request, which is a type of Next API request, which you can import from Next right here at the top, and response, Next API response, which you can import from there as well. All right, and first let's limit our handler to patch request only. So if request method is not equal patch, you're gonna return response status 405 and end the call. And now let's open our try and catch block, and let's handle the error. So for development, let's just log the error right here and return response status 400 and end the call. Great. And now in our try block, we want to extract our current user. So current user from await serverAuth and pass the request right here. You can import serverAuth from add/libs/serverAuth like that. All right. And now we want to extract values which are available to update. So const name, username, bio, profile image, and cover image from request body. So these are all of the fields we will be able to edit. And now we want to create a if clause. So if it happens that user has not submitted a name or not submitted a username, which are required, we're going to throw new error missing fields. All right, and now we can actually update our user. So const updated user is equal to await Prisma, which of course we have to import. So import Prisma from add/libs/prisma.db. Await Prisma that user that update, and open an object. And first let's find the user. The user is going to be id current user dot id like this. And we have to pass some data to update. So data is going to be name, username, bio, profile image, and cover image. Great. And now we can just return response status 200.json and send the updated user like this. Great job. All right. Now I want you to go and close everything up, and let's go into hooks and let's create our edit model. So you can actually copy the use login model, for example, and just rename it to use edit model like this. And let's just rename everything login related to edit model. So we have edit model store and use edit model. Everything else can stay exactly the same. And now I want you to go into components, into users, into user bio right here. And right here at the top where we import our users, let's also import the edit model. So const edit model is equal use edit model like this. And you can import that from add/hooks/use edit model. And we are actually going to change this edit button to do something else on click. So what it's going to do is edit model on open like that. And let's actually log in so we can see the edit button. Great, I now have the edit button, but if I click, nothing's gonna happen. All right, and now what I want you to do is I want you to go into your pages _app right here, and like we added register model, you want to add edit model like this, and now you're gonna get an error because edit model does not exist. So let's go into our components, into models, and you just create a new file, edit model.tsx, and let's just name it edit model like this, and for now let's just return an empty div. Go back into your /_app and just import edit model from add/components/models/edit model, and the error should go away. All right, and now what I want to do here is I want to import a couple of things. So const data, and give it an alias current user is equal to use current user, which you can import from add/hooks/current user. Const mutate is going to be equal to mutate fetched user from use user, and pass in the current user !ID like this. And const edit model from use edit model like this. So we have imported 3 hooks so far. All right, and now let's create some states which we will update. So const profile image set profile image from use state, which you can import from React right here. Let's just put that at the top. You can copy and paste that and do the same thing for cover image. So set cover image. Do the same thing for name, username, and bio. All right. And now I just want to create a use effect here. So use effect. Sorry, before we do that, let's actually just fill all of these use states with an empty string like this. All right, and now let's create use effect, which you can import from React as well. So make sure you import use effect right here. Don't forget the dependency array right here. And what I want to do is I just want to initialize all of the existing fields. So set profile image is going to be equal to current user profile image. Set cover image is going to be equal to current user cover image. Set name is going to be equal to current user.name, and set username is going to be equal to current user.username, and last thing, set bio is going to be equal to current user.bio like this. And now we just have to add current user to our dependency array. Objects are actually not the recommended thing to add in the dependency array, and I would prefer if you would add individual fields because it's going to cause less errors along the way. Right here. All right. And now let's create a loading state. So const is loading and set is loading. Use state and default is going to be false. All right. And now let's actually create our onSubmit function. So const onSubmit is equal to use callback. And what we're going to do inside is open a try and catch block. So just make sure that this is an asynchronous arrow function right here. And in this arrow, let's handle that first. I want to do toast, which you can import from react-host-toast right here. All right, you want to toast that error and just say something went wrong. All right, and finally, in which we're going to just reset the loading. So set is loading is going to be false. And now in the try block, first things first, let's enable the loading. So set is loading is going to be true. And then we're just going to initiate the update API. So await Axios, which you can import from Axios right here at the top. .patch. If you remember, we limited our pages API edit to patch only, so it expects a patch call. So patch is going to point to /API/edit, and let's just pass the body, name, username, bio, profile image, and cover image. All right. And after that, all we're going to do is mutate fetched user. So after we successfully edit our user, we want to make sure that we call this load user again, so it's up to date with the newest updated data, right? All right. And after that, we can just say toast.success update. And let's at the end just close the model. So edit model.onClose. All right. And let's fill our dependency array. So we are missing bio, name, username, profile image, cover image, edit model. What else are we missing? And mutate fetched user like this. All right. All right. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna actually replace this div with a model. So let's go and just write a model, which we can import from /model because we are in the components folder here. And what we're gonna do in this model is we're gonna, I'll add some fields. So disabled, if is loading, is open is gonna be edit model that is open. Title is gonna be edit your profile. Action label is gonna be save. On close is gonna be edit model dot on close. On submit is going to be on submit. And for now, that's all. And you can actually click edit now, and you should see that the model should open. If you're not seeing anything on edit, just make sure you went into your components, into your user bio, and that you imported the edit model here and added the onClick edit model.onOpen on the edit button. Great. And now let's create the body content for this model. So const body content is equal to the following. So div class name flex-call gap-4. And first things first, let's add some inputs. So input, which you can import from /input because we are in the components folder. And let's give it a couple of props. So placeholder is going to be name, on change is going to be an event, which is going to trigger set name, event.target.value. Value is going to be name, and disabled is going to be is loading like this. And let's just copy this 3 times like this, and let's actually open the model so we can see what we're doing. We're going to replace this name with username for the second one. Also replace set username, and value is going to be username. And you also want to do the same thing for bio, set bio, and change this to bio as well. Great. And now you can add the body content, body is equal to body content to the model. And you should see that we have pre-filled values right here, and our bio is of course empty. Now let's try and save our bio. So this is my bio. As you can see, it updated and it reloaded the user, and now we have this is my bio right here. Great. And we can change it again, and it's updated again. Great, great job. All right, now we have to handle image and cover image upload. So for that, we're gonna need another component. So what you're gonna do right here, you're gonna wanna go into your components and create a new component called image upload.tsx. Let's name the component image upload, and let's just return an empty div right here. And for now, just above this input in body content, let's import the image upload. So image upload like this is going to have a couple of props. So let's give it a value of profile image. Let's give it a disabled of is loading. Let's do the on change, which is going to accept an image, which is going to do set profile image and give it an image. Let's do the label, which is just going to be upload profile image like this. And don't worry about all of these errors. We're going to fix all of that when we created the image component. And you can just copy and paste this and replace the value with cover image and this just needs to say set cover image, and upload cover image here as well. All right, now let's go into our image upload, and let's create the interface. So interface image upload props are going to be on change, which is a base 64, which is a type of string, and just return a void. Label is string, value is an optional string, and disabled is an optional boolean. All right, and now let's append this props right here. So React fc image upload props, and let's extract all of this here. So on change, label, value, and disable. Great. And now what I want you to do is I want you to install another package. So let's go into our terminal, and let's run npm install react-dropzone. All right, and make sure you run the project again. Actually, before you do that, let's just see if we have the types. So import use drop zone from react-dropzone. All right, we have the types. You can go ahead and run your project and close the terminal. All right, and now let's add some state here. So const base 64 and set base 64 from use state. And the default value of this use state is going to be value. And make sure you import the use state from React right here at the top. All right, now let's write our handle change function. So const handle change is going to be equal to use callback, which you can also import from React at the top. It's going to accept base 64 parameter, which is a type of string. And we're going to do a very simple thing. We're just going to call the onChange and pass the base 64 like this. And make sure you add the onChange to the dependency array like that. And now we have to create our handle drop function, where we're going to actually convert the uploaded image to base 64. So const handle drop use callback. It's going to accept files, which for now you can just set a type of any, and just open the dependency array. So now we have to turn these files into a base 64. So first, let's extract the only file we have from the array. Const file is going to be equal to files, and just choose the first one. We know we are only going to have one, but the files is always an array. Now let's initiate our reader. So const reader is equal to new file reader. You don't have to import anything. This already exists in the JavaScript ecosystem. And now we're just going to say reader.onload event, give it the value of any, and open a function. And what we're going to do is we're going to set base 64, which we have declared right here. And we're going to give the property of event.target.result. And we're also going to trigger the handle change to event.target.result like this. All right. And in the end, just remember to put reader.read as data URL and pass the file right here. And now don't forget to put handle change in your dependency array right here. Great. All right. And now let's initiate our use drop zone hook right here. So we're going to write const and extract get root props and get input props from use drop zone. Open the array, open the object, and let's write some properties. So max files is going to be 1. On drop, we're going to do this function called handle drop. So pass it like this. Disabled is going to be equal to disabled, which we have in our props, but you can just write the shorthand disabled like this. And now let's accept only images. So accept, open an object, and just write image/JPEG is equal to an empty array, and image/PNG is equal to an empty array as well. Great. Now let's style our image upload. You can actually go ahead and click the edit button, and you see we have our space for our image upload, but nothing here yet. So let's go ahead and write that. So in here, what you're gonna do is you're actually gonna open square brackets and spread the get root props, which we have extracted from this use dropzone hook right here. And open the execute the function and open an object and just write class name, which is equal to w full p-4 text-right text-center border-2 border-dotted rounded-md and border-neutral-700. All right, and now you can see we have the little dotted borders 2 times here. Great. And now let's style the inside of it. So here you want to write the input, but just make sure this is the native HTML element input, not our input component. So this needs to be a native HTML element. And all you want to do here is open the square brackets and just spread ... get input props like this. All right. And now we're actually going to do a conditional here. So if we have base 64, meaning if we uploaded an image or an image exists, we're actually going to display the image. So open a div and write a class name of flex items-center, justify-center. And inside, we're going to use the next image. So make sure you import image from next/image at the top. And let's give it some properties here. So it's going to have a source, which is base 64. Height is going to be 100. Width is going to be 100 as well. And out is going to be uploaded image like this. All right. And now let's write the other option here, which is just going to be a paragraph, which is going to say label. And let's give it some class names. So class name text-white. Great. And now you can see we have an option to upload profile image and an option to upload the cover image. So let's go ahead and try that. I'm going to click upload profile image, and it's going to open my file browser right here. And let's see if I can find something I like. All right, so I'm going to use this image right here, and I'm going to click open. And as you can see, I have my profile image here. So let's click save. And just like that, you can see my image has been updated in my profile and also in the sidebar right here, because every instance of use user hook has been updated as well. And now let's add the cover image. For that, I don't know, I'm going to try something like this. Great. And you can see I have my cover image as well. Just make sure your files that you're uploading are not too big. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And as you can see, I have my cover image set here as well. Perfect. You finished the entire user profile. What we'll do next is we're actually gonna learn how to create posts and how to load them. All right. So in this part of the tutorial, we're gonna create our posts and we're gonna create hooks which will load the API routes. All right, so before we continue with that, I just want to fix one thing in our sidebar right here. Right now, if you click on profile, it leads to this /123, which we hard-coded in the sidebar. So let's go into components, layout, sidebar right here, and let's replace this users123 with template literal. And let's just write /users/ open the special object, print user $.id. And if you're logged in and click on profile now, it is going to load your profile. Perfect. All right. Now let's close everything up and let's create pages, API, and let's create a folder called posts right here. And inside, let's create a new file, index.ts. All right. And let's create our handler. So export default asynchronous function handler, which accepts a request of next API request and a response of next API response, which are both imported from next. And let's limit our routes to 2 methods. So if request.method is not equal to post and request.method is not equal to get. So if it's neither post or get, we're going to return response status 405 and end the call, because we want to allow this to be both for creating our posts and to fetch all posts at once. Now let's open the try and catch block and let's handle the error. So log the error and return response status 400 and end the call. All right. Now in this try, first let's handle the post method. So if request method is equal to post, we're going to do the following. We're going to extract current user from serverAuth. So const current user is equal await serverAuth, which you can import from @/libs/serverAuth like this. And remember to pass in the request right here. And while we are here, let's also import Prisma. So import Prisma from @/libs/prisma_db. All right. And now let's extract the body from request body. Const body is equal to requested body. Be aware that this body is not the same as request body. So what this body is referring to is this schema field body in post. So just make sure you don't do this on accident, right? So it's a different body. And now let's just create the post. So const post is equal await prisma.post.create, and we're gonna give it the data of body, and we need the author, which is user ID, and the user ID is the current user which is creating the post. So current user question mark, sorry, no need for question mark, .id. All right, and let's just return the post. So return response status 200.json post, like that. Perfect. All right, and now let's handle the get method. So if request method is equal to get, we're gonna do a couple of things. So first things first, let's extract our optional user ID. Const user ID from request.query. This is going to be optional depending on whether we want to load only the user profile posts or if we are on the home page and want to load all of the posts. So first let's handle what happens if we have the user ID. For that, let's define this changeable posts constant. Actually, it's not a constant, it's a let. And let's check if we have the user ID. So if user ID and type of user ID is equal to string. So if it is a proper user ID, in that case, posts are going to be equal to await prisma.post.find many. And we're going to use the where object in which we're going to fetch the user ID like this. So if we have the user ID, we're only going to find posts from that author right here. And we are going to add an object include because we also want to populate user, which is the owner. And we also want to populate comments. Great. And we want to order these posts by descending. So order by created at descending. So we load the newest posts. Great. And we're just going to add an else to this if clause. So in this case, we're going to set posts are equal to await prisma.post.find many, and no need for the where field in that case. So we're just going to say include user true, comments true. And we're also going to order them by created at. So order by created at descending. Great. And outside of this if clauses, we are just going to return response status 200.json posts like this. Perfect. All right. So we handled both the get method and the post method here. Perfect. Now let's create our use posts hook. So go into hooks and create a new file, use posts.ts. Great. And you can actually go to use users, for example, and copy it and just paste everything here and rename it to use posts like this. All right. And now our route will be able to be dynamic because there is a chance that we are going to pass the user ID here because we want to load only posts from that user. So this use post is actually going to accept a parameter user ID, which is an optional string like this. And now let's create our dynamic URL. So const URL is equal to template literals, in which we are going to, outside of that, we're going to check user ID. If there is a user ID, we're going to say /API/posts question mark user ID is equal to open the special object user ID. Otherwise, it's just going to be /API/posts like this. All right. So if we have the user ID, we're going to load /API/posts question mark user ID. Otherwise, API posts. All right. And now you can use this URL to replace this hard-coded /API/users right here. Perfect. All right. And now let's go into our index. So close everything and go into pages, index.tsx. And just below this header, we're going to add a form. And this form is going to have a placeholder of what's happening. All right. And if we save, we're going to get an error because the form doesn't exist. So let's go into our components and create a new file, form.tsx. Great. Let's name it form, and let's just fix the error by returning an empty div. Let's go back into our pages, index.csx, and let's import form the same way we did with header. All right. And now let's write interface for the form. So interface form props is going to be placeholder, which is the required string. It's going to have an optional boolean is comment, which we are going to use later when we implement comments. And it's going to have an optional post ID, which is a type of string. All right. And now let's assign this interface. So form, React, functional component, form props, and let's extract these values. Placeholder is comment and post ID. All right. And now let's add some hooks and some functions before we start writing the form. So const register model, use register model, which you can import from add/hooks/use register model, and do the same thing for login model. Use plugin model like this. And then we're going to need our current user. So const data with an alias current user from use current user, which you can also import the same way we did with the login and register model. And we're also going to call our newly created use posts hook here, but we're only going to extract mutate. So const mutate, give it an alias of mutate posts is equal to use posts like this. And we're also going to pass this optional post ID right here. So post ID as string. I made a mistake here. There is no need to pass the optional post ID into this hook. In fact, you can just use the empty use posts as in the picture. I will find this out later when we make comments. All right. And now let's create our body field. So const body set body is equal to use state, which you will import from React. Let's just put it at the top so our imports are nicely ordered. And let's give it a default value of an empty string. And let's also add the isLoading state. So const is loading, set is loading, use state false by default. All right. And now let's create our onSubmit function. Const onSubmit is a use callback, which you can also import from React right here at the top. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function. Don't forget the dependency array. And let's open our try and catch block. Let's handle the error. So for the error, we're just going to toast the error message. So toast, which you can import from react-hot-toast like this. And we're going to toast an error with the text, something went wrong. All right, let's handle the finally block. In here, we're just going to reset our loading. So set is loading is going to be false, regardless of whether we failed or succeeded. And in try, first let's initiate the loading. So set is loading is true. And then what we're going to do is await Axios, which you can import from Axios right here. That post /API/posts, and let's give it a body like this. So this state body right here. All right. And if that is successful, we're going to toast that success tweet created. All right. And we're going to clear our body. So if it's successful, we want to reset the body. So set body is going to be equal to an empty string. And we are also going to call mutate posts right here. So mutate posts. Basically what this will do, once we successfully create a new post, we want to mutate our existing posts so it loads all the new ones, including this newly created one. All right, and now let's fill our dependency array. So we are missing body and mutate posts. So add body and mutate posts like this. All right, and now we can go ahead and create our form. So, all right, let's give this a class name of border -b -square brackets 1 pixel border -neutral -800 px-5 and py-2, and you actually see our little space right here. All right, inside of that, first thing I want to do is I want to create the form which is going to show if the user is logged out. So let's create that first because it's easier. So div, give it a class name of py-8, and inside of that, create an h1 tag which is going to say welcome to Twitter. As you can see, it's right here, but it's not visible because the text is black. So let's go ahead and style the text a little bit. So class name is text-white, text-2xl, text-center, mb-4, and font-bold. And now it looks much, much better. And all we have to do is add some buttons below. So create a div right here with a class name of flex-row, items-center, justify-center, and gap-4. All right, and we're going to add 2 buttons here, which you can import from /button because we are in the components folder right here, and the button is right here. All right, and let's give the label for the first one login, and for the second one register. All right, and now let's give the onClick for the login to be login model on open, and for the register onClick is going to be register model that on open. All right, and now they look the same. So all I want to do is I want to add another property to this register button right here called secondary. Great. So now we have our login and register, and if we click, you can actually see that we open our models. Great. But since we are logged in, we obviously want to show something different. So for that, we're going to use our current user hook right here. So just above this py-8 model right here, create a conditional current user, and here just write an empty div for now. Otherwise, just wrap this entire div of py-8 like this. Great. So now if we are logged out, we're going to see this welcome to Twitter screen. But if we are logged in, we're not going to see anything because that's what we are going to create right now. All right. So in this newly created div right here, give a class name of flex-row, gap-4. And inside of that, create another div and create an avatar component right here. So avatar like this, and you can import avatar from /avatar the same way we did with button. And let's give it a user ID. So the user ID is going to be equal to current user _, and we have our user right here. All right. And now below that, create another div with the class name of w-full, and let's create an element text area. And for now, you can remove all of these properties right here. And we're just going to start by adding some attributes. So disabled if is loading, on change is going to modify our body state. So we're going to have an event, and we're going to set body event.target value like this. All right, you can see our little text area right here. Now we're going to style it a bit, but before that, let's just give it a value of body as well. And now let's write some class names. So class name disabled is going to be opacity-80. It's going to be here because we're going to do something with the sibling element right next to it, in just a moment. Precise-none, empty-3, w full, bg-black, ring-0, outline-none, text dash open square brackets 20 pixels, placeholder dash neutral dash 500, neutral dash 500, and text dash white. And also let's add the last attribute, placeholder. And you can see that we now have the what's happening placeholder right here, which we have in our props. Perfect. All right. And below this text area, let's just create an HR element, which is going to have some class names as well. So class name, so first of all, opacity -0 by default, but on peer focus. So when we focus on the text area, because text area has the peer class name, we're going to give it an opacity of 100, h square brackets 1 pixel, w full, order dash neutral dash 800, and transition. So now if you actually hover on the, if you focus on the text area, you will see our little HR appearing right here. All right. And just below this HR, create a div with the following class names. So class name, empty-4, flex dash row, and justify dash end. And inside of that, we're just going to put our button, which is going to have a label of tweet. And you can see it's appearing right here. Perfect. And now let's just give it some other attributes here. Let's give it a disabled if it's loading. And let's give it an on-click on submit. And I also want to disable the tweet button if we have not written anything. So just add is loading pipe question mark exclamation mark body like this. So now it's disabled if we have nothing here, but if we start typing, you can see that we actually are able to tweet. So you can actually go ahead, and I'm going to collapse this a little bit, and we're going to test if we are able to create our tweet. So I'm going to go into the network tab right here. I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to say, well, I can just tweet this. And as you can see, we are initiating the call right here, and we get the success tweet created. And if I actually go inside, you can see that we have created a tweet with the body of our value, created that ID, liked IDs, updated at, and user ID. Perfect. Great job. All right. And now it's time to create our post feed right here, so we can actually see the posts which we have created. So close everything up and go back into your pages, index.tsx, and just below this form, create a new component called post feed, just like this. And you're going to get an error because post feed does not exist. So let's go ahead and create that. So we're going to go into components and create a new folder called posts. And inside of that, create a new file, post feed.tsx. Let's name the component post feed, and let's just return an empty div so we can fix the error quickly. Go back into your pages, index.tsx, and just import post feed from add/components/posts post feed. Great, the error should go away now. Now let's write some interface for post feed. So post feed props is going to be equal to user ID question mark string. So it is an optional prop. Let's assign the props. Post feed props. Let's just extract this user ID here. And let's load our posts using the use posts hook. So const data posts is equal to an empty array, and it's using the use posts hook right here, and it's going to accept the optional user ID if it exists. So why are we sending this user ID? Well, right here in our index file, we are sending the post ID, and we want to load all of the posts, but we're going to reuse this post ID on the profile page as well, in which we're going to pass the user ID prop, for example. But for this one, we don't need it. All right. So this is going to load all posts for now. And all I want to do here is I want to reiterate through these posts. So open an empty fragment here and just write posts.map post, which is a type of record, string, any, and just return post item. It does not exist yet, but let's give it some values. So user ID again, user ID, if it exists, key post.id, and data, which is post. And if you save, of course, we're going to get an error. So let's go ahead into our components, into our posts folder, and let's create a new file, post item.tsx. Name the component post item like this. And as always, just create an empty div. So we fix the error. Go back into your post feed and just import it right here from /post item because they are in the same folder and the error should go away. Great. And now let's create the interface for this post item. So interface post item props, data, which is a type of record, string, any, and user ID, which is an optional string. Now let's assign these props. So React functional component post item props, and let's extract this. So data and user ID. Great. Okay, now let's add some hooks and some functions. So first of all, we're gonna need our router. So const router is equal to use router. You can import router from next/router. We're gonna use the login model as well. So const login model is equal to use login model. You can import login model from hooks/using model. All right. And now let's fetch our current user. So const data alias current user, use current user hook, which you can import from hooks/current user. All right, now let's create our go to user method, which we're going to reuse a few times. So const go to user is equal to use callback, which you can import from React. Don't forget the dependency array. And go to user is actually going to accept an event, which is a type of any. And let's stop the propagation. So event stop propagation. We already did this in the avatar component, if you remember. So when we click on the avatar component, we also accept an event and we stop the propagation. What that is doing, basically the card post item is going to be clickable. So this main div is going to be clickable, but this go to user is going to be used for some inner child elements. So when we click on those inner child elements, we want to stop event bubbling, event propagation. So go to user is going to override the global on click of the parent. All right. And all we want to do here is router.push, open template literals, and just write /users/ open the special object, data.user.id, and fill the dependency array with router and data.user.id. All right, now let's create our go to post method, const go to post, which is also going to be use callback. It's not going to accept any event. And all it's going to do is router.push, also template literals /posts/data.id. And don't forget to put router and data.id in the dependency array. Just to remind you, so our data is our post, and that's because in post feed, we send data as our post, just so you don't get confused why we're looking for these fields. All right. And now let's create our own like function. It's not going to work currently because we don't have the API for that. So all we're going to do for now is open the login model when we click on like. So const on like is going to be equal to use callback. It's going to accept an event, which is a type of any. Don't forget the dependency array. And we're going to stop the propagation again. So event.stop propagation like this. And for now, all we're going to do is login model.onOpen like this. So our dependency now needs the login model. All right. And now let's create our created at constant. So const created at is equal to use memo. Sorry, use memo, however you pronounce it, which you can import from React as well. And first of all, we're going to check if we have a valid date. So if there is no data dot created at, all we're going to do is return null. Otherwise, we're going to return format distance to now strict. And you can import that from datefns, which we installed in one of the previous parts. All right, so format distance to now strict. Open brackets and just write new date data.created at, like this. All right, and just pass data question mark dot created at. Sorry, I misspelled created at, like this. All right, and now let's actually style our div. All right, so first of all, let's add onClick, go to post, like this. And now let's add some class names. So class name is equal to border dash b square brackets 1 pixel border dash neutral dash 800 p dash 5 cursor dash pointer hover bg dash neutral dash 900 and transition. So okay, I have two fields right here because I created two posts. You can just go ahead and write another one, and you will see that we now have 3 posts right here. So you can play around with it a little bit, just so you see how we are getting new posts loaded. If you try and click, you're gonna get a 404. All right. So now let's go inside of here and let's create a div with a class name of flex dash row items dash start gap dash 3. And let's add our avatar first. So avatar, you can import avatar from /avatar because we are in the folder. And as you can see, we now have our avatar right here, but we are missing the user ID. So let's pass user ID from data.user.id. And as you can see, it has loaded 4 of my tweets and all of them have the correct avatar. Amazing. All right. Now below this div, create a new div, which is not going to have any class names, but the first div inside is. So another div, class name, it's going to be flex dash row items dash center gap dash div. All right. And inside of that, let's create a paragraph right here, which is just going to say data.user.name. All right. And now we have to style this paragraph a bit. So class name is going to be equal to text dash right font dash semi-bold cursor dash pointer hover underline. Great. So now if I actually try and hover, you can see that I get an underline and a nice effect. All right. And just below that, I want to add our span. So underneath this paragraph, just add a span, which is going to say an @ sign, and then open an object, which is going to say data.user.username. And let's style that as well. So class name is equal to text dash, sorry, I'm going to open it like this. So text dash neutral dash 500. All right. Cursor dash pointer. Hover underline. Hidden. Button MD is going to be visible, right? So when I collapse, I actually want to hide it because it's taking too much space. All right. And as you can see, it's also underlined as well. Great. Amazing. And now I just want to add onClick on both this paragraph and this span. So add an onClick here, which is going to say go to profile. Sorry, go to user. All right, which we have created right here. And you want to do the same thing for this span. So onClick, go to user like this. All right. Okay. And now below this span, let's create another one. Span, and let's give it a class name of text dash neutral dash 500 text dash sm, and we're gonna paste created at right here. So you can see that we have created this 3 minutes ago, this one 3 minutes ago, this one 12 minutes ago, this one 48 minutes ago, and if I create another one, you can see that this one was 1 second ago. Amazing. All right. And now outside of this div, which we have created, so below this span, outside of this div, create another div, which is going to have our data.body, and let's give it a class name of text-right empty-1. Great. We now see our tweets. Amazing. All right. And now outside of this div, create another div, which is going to have the following class name. So class name flex dash row items dash center empty dash 3 gap dash 10. Right, so right out below this data.body div, create a new div like this, and inside of that we're gonna create our likes and comments. So open up a div, and let's open class name, and we're just gonna write flex dash row items dash center text dash neutral dash 500 gap dash 2 cursor dash pointer transition hover text dash sky 500. All right, and what I'm gonna just write inside is an icon. So AI outline message. You can import AI outline message from react-icons/AI like this. All right, so let's go right here to our AI outline message, and let's give it a size of 20. Great, and you can see we have our little comment icon here, and if we hover, it gets a nice little blue effect. Now, inside this div, just below this AI outline message, create a paragraph, which is going to say data dot comments question mark dot length, and just give it a pipe of 0 if it doesn't exist. Great, and as you can see, if we hover, the number becomes blue as well. Amazing. All right, and now we can actually copy this div and just paste it like this. And now we have 2 comments, and we are just going to replace it. So first, let's replace the icon. So the icon of the second one isn't going to be AI outline message, is going to be AI outline heart. And you can import AI outline heart from react-icons/AI as well. All right, and now we just have to play with colors a little bit. So everything can mostly stay the same, but instead of text-sky 500, we're gonna give it a red 500. So if we hover now, you can see that we get a nice little red effect when we hover. Perfect. All right, and I just want to add an onClick to this div right here for likes. onClick. For now, it's just gonna say onLike. And if you remember, all we did is we triggered the login model. So if you click right here, it's going to open the login model. All right. And that's actually it for our post item. We're going to go back later to actually implement the like functionality and some comments. All right. All I want to do now is I want to add this exact feed right here to my profile right here. So what we're going to do is we are going to go and close everything up. And we are going to go into pages, into users, user ID right here. And just below this user bio, you're going to add post feed. And you're going to import that from add/components/posts post feed. And remember, here we have to pass the user ID, because right now we're going to get all of the tweets, but we just want the tweets from our user. So user ID is equal to user ID as string. And nothing has changed because we only have one user. So just to test things out, I'm going to log out and I'm going to create a new user. All right, and now I have this new user and I'm going to try and tweet something. This is my first tweet. All right, so on the global feed, we can see all of the tweets, but if we go into Code with Antonio, as you can see, we can only see Code with Antonio tweets. And if I go to new user, I can only see new user tweet. Amazing, amazing job. All right, in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create our like function as well as our follow function right here. All right, so let's start and let's wrap everything up, and let's go into Pages API and create a new file, follow.ts. Let's create our handler. So export default synchronous function handler, which accepts a request of next API request and a response of next API response. Right, and first let's limit this to post and delete. So if request method is not equal to post, and if request method is also not equal to delete, in that case, we're going to return response status 405 and end the call. All right, now let's open our try and catch block. And let's handle the error as always. So log for development and return response status 400 and end the call. All right. And now in our try block, first let's extract the user ID, which we will get from the query. So const user ID is equal to request.body, sorry, not query, body, like this. All right. And now let's get the current user. So const and extract current user from await serverAuth, which you can import from @/libs/serverAuth like this. And remember to pass the request parameter right here. Now let's check if the user ID is correct. So if there is no user ID, or if type of user ID is not equal to string, in that case, throw new error invalid ID. All right. And now let's find our user. So const user is equal to await Prisma. And now we have to import Prisma. So import Prisma from @/libs/prisma_db. All right. And just write Prisma that user that find unique where ID is equal to user ID like this. All right. So now we have the user which we want to update. In our case, in which we want to follow. All right, so let's check if we have the user. So if there is no user, throw new error, again, invalid ID, because if we have not found any user by this ID, obviously it means that the ID is invalid. All right, now let's define the initial following IDs. So let updated following IDs is equal to spread, and just open parenthesis like this, user.following IDs 55 empty array like this. All right. And now let's handle if the request method is post. So if request that method is equal to post. So if we are adding a follow, in that case, we want to do updated following IDs dot push user ID like this. And now let's do the delete. So if request method is equal to delete, we want to do updated following IDs to be equal to updated following IDs dot filter, where we are going to accept following ID, and we're just going to return. Let me just collapse this so you can see better. Like this, we're going to return following ID. Following ID is not equal to user ID. Right. So basically, we want to filter through this entire following IDs and remove the one and only leave the ones which are not the current user ID. All right. And in the end, we have to update our user. So const updated user is equal to await prisma.user.update, where ID is equal to current user.id, and the data is going to be following IDs updated following IDs like this. Great. And all we have to do at the end is just return response status 200.json updated user like this. Great. All right, now let's create our use follow hook. So go into hooks and create a new hook, use follow.ts. All right. So let's write our hook first. So const use follow is equal to user ID, which is a type of string and it's required. And in here, we're going to fetch our current user. So const data current user and mutate current user like this from use current user like that. All right. And below that, we are going to do the same thing for one user. So const mutate fetched user is equal to user and pass the user ID inside. And don't forget to import the hook use user, which we have created in one of the previous tutorials. All right, now let's trigger the login model. So const login model is equal use login model. All right, and now let's establish if we are already following the user here. So const is following is equal to use memo, which you can import from React right here at the top. All right, open the function, create the dependency array, and in here, let's write our list first. So const list is equal to current user question mark dot following IDs pipe empty array. All right, and all we want to do is return list that includes user ID like this. All right, and we have to pass in user ID and current user question mark dot following IDs. Yeah, make sure you don't misspell this. So it's following IDs. So const list is equal to current user question mark dot following IDs multiple. All right, and now let's create our toggle follow function. So const toggle follow is equal to use callback, which you can import from React right here at the top. And inside, first let's check whether we are logged in or not. So if there is no current user, all we want to do is return login model dot onopen like this. Great. And now let's write our try and catch block. So try, catch, error. And let's handle the error first. So if there is an error when we are following the user, we want to do toast, which you can import from react-host-toast, and just error, something went wrong. All right. And in our try block, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a let request. And now we're going to differentiate whether we are already following the user. So if we want to unfollow or follow the user. So if is following, which we have defined right here in this use memo, again, just make sure I made a mistake here that it is following IDs, not following ID. So following IDs like this. All right. So if is following, in that case, the request is equal to an arrow function, which returns axios.delete. Make sure you import axios, which you can import from axios right here at the top. So axios.delete /API/follow, and just pass in data and inside user ID like this. All right. And else, if we are not following the user, we want to follow them. So the request is going to be an arrow function again, but this time axios.post /API/follow. And you can just pass in user ID without the data. So in this case, we need data because this is a delete request. So this is how it accepts the body. But in post request, you can just pass the body like this. All right. And what you want to do now is await request like this. Yep, I made a mistake here. So it cannot do await because we have not defined that our toggle follow use callback arrow function is asynchronous. So just wait async right here at the top. Great. And the error should go away now. So make sure the function is asynchronous. All right. So after we await the request, we want to mutate current user and we want to mutate fetched user as well. And let's just toast success. All right, and now let's fill our dependency array. So we are missing the current user is following user ID, mutate current user, and I'm just going to collapse this so you can see what we're writing. All right, so mutate current user, mutate fetched user, and a login model like this. Great. All right, and all we want to do at the end is just return an object is following and toggle follow like this. All right, so this is our is following, use follow hook right here, and just don't forget to export default use follow at the end right here. Perfect. And now let's actually go into components, into users, into user bio right here. And what we want to do here, just above this created at between this model, we want to import our use follow. So const, and let's extract is following and toggle follow from use follow hook, which you can import at hooks/use follow right here. Open the parentheses in the use follow and pass in user ID. Great. And now we have our is following and toggle follow. Great. And now let's go into this button right here. So instead of empty function right here on this follow button, we're going to write toggle follow. Instead of static follow, we're going to have dynamic text. So is following we're gonna write unfollow. Otherwise, we're gonna write follow like this. Now, secondary is gonna also be dynamic. So secondary if it is not following, so exclamation mark is following like this, and outline is following. All right. So now let's go ahead and let's try and click follow on code with Antonio here or whatever user you created. And as you can see, it gets success. The one follower gets appended right here, and I have the unfollow button. And if I actually go to my profile, you can see that I have one following right here. And if I try to unfollow, you can see that it works. There is 0 followers for this user. And if I go back to my profile, it says 0 following as well. Great job. All right. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to implement liking our post. But before we do that, I want to implement something else first. Right now, if you try and click on any post, you're going to get a 404 page because our /posts/id does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and let's create a route for that. So let's close everything up and let's handle the API first. So go into Pages, API, and create, actually we already have a folder posts. So inside of that, just create a new file and open square brackets and write postid.ts like that. Great. And now let's write our handler. So export default asynchronous function handler, which accepts a request of next API request and the response of next API response. All right. And now let's limit the route to get only. So if request method is not equal to get, return response status 405 and end the call. Great. Now let's open our try and catch block. Let's handle the error. So for development, we're going to log the error and just return response status 400 and end the call. Great. Now in our try block, let's extract the post ID from request query, which we are going to have because of this special syntax that Next.js will recognize. So we know we're going to have post ID in our query. So const the structure post ID from request.query like that. Great. Now let's check if our post ID is valid. So if there is no post ID, or if type of post ID is not equal to string, just return throw new error invalid ID like this. All right. And now let's find our post. So const post is equal to await Prisma, which we have to import. So go ahead and write import Prisma from @/libs/prisma_db. So await Prisma that find unique where ID is equal to post ID. And we're just going to include some stuff. So let's include user. And now let's also include comments, but we're going to open an object because we also want to populate comments user. So also write include inside of that user true, and outside include just write order by created at descending. Great. So we want to load this individual post. We want to populate its user, and we also want to load all of the comments for this post. But we also want to populate the user who created that comment, and we want to order all of the comments by newest. Great. All right. And all we have to do now is return response status 200.json post like this. Great. And now let's create our use post hook. So go into hooks, and you can just copy use posts and rename it to use post like this. Instead of user ID, first, let's actually rename the hook. So the hook is named use post. So make sure you rename the hook to use post as well. Instead of user ID, is going to accept post ID, which is a required string. And in this case, the URL is going to be checking for post ID, and it's going to go to /API/posts, but instead of user ID, it's going to be /post ID in this special object right here. And if there is no post ID, we're not going to fetch anything. So our URL for use post hook is going to check if we have a post ID, and if it is, it's going to go to /API/posts/post ID, because that is how we defined in posts post ID route right here. And if there is no post ID, we're not going to fetch anything. Great. And you can leave everything exactly as it is. All right. And now what I want to create is I want to create this actual page, which is going to fix this 404. So let's close everything up and let's go into pages and let's create a folder posts. Great. And inside this posts, create a new file. Again, square brackets, post ID, but this time .tsx. All right. And let's name this post view and let's just return an empty div. And now if you actually refresh right here, you can see we no longer get a 404, we just get an empty page because there's nothing here yet. All right, so let's add our router. Const router is equal use router. And let's get the post ID from router.query. Again, we can get the post ID because of this special Next.js structure. So const and this structure post ID from router.query. All right. And now let's fetch our post. So const data is equal to fetched post. And let's also add is loading right here from our newly created hook use post. So make sure you don't import use posts. We need use post, our newly created hook, and we have to pass the required post ID here. All right. And make sure you just write as string. Great. So just you can command or control click on this to make sure that is this new hook right here. All right. And now let's handle the loading. So if is loading, or if there is no fetched post, we want to return div with the class name of flex justify dash center items dash center and h dash full. And inside of that, we're going to add our clip loader from React dash spinners. All right, and we're just going to give some color to this clip loader. So color is going to be light blue and size is going to be 80. And as you can see, we have our little loader there for a second. And now let's actually style our post view. So write an empty fragment like this. And first of all, we're going to add our header component. You can import header from add/components/header. All right, and let's give it a label. The label is going to be tweet like this, and also add show back arrow like this. Great. And now we have this tweet, and if you actually click back, you're going to get back to where you came from. In our case, is the users. And if I click again, you can see that I load for a second, and then we'll load the header. All right. And now we're going to reuse our post item component, which we created last time here. So we have this post item right here. So let's just import post item from add/components/posts, post item right here. And we have to give it a data of fetched post like this. And if you save, you will actually see that we have the view of our post item. Great. Now below this, I want to add a form which we will use to reply to this post. So below that, just add form, which you can import from add/components/form. And let's give it a couple of values. So it's going to have a post ID as a string. It's going to have is comment attribute, which we are not actually going to be able to see why yet, but we're going to add that once we implement the comment functionality, and add a placeholder, tweet your reply. And great, now we have an option to tweet our reply. And if you try right now, it's actually not going to create a reply. It's going to create another post here on the global pages, but we're going to fix that in the following tutorial. All right, and now I want to implement the liking functionality. All right, so let's close everything up and let's go into pages API and create a new file like.ts. All right, and let's export default asynchronous function handler. Just going to accept a request of next API request and the response of next API response. All right, and let's limit this to 2 methods. So if request method is not equal to post, and if request method is not equal to delete either, in that case, return response, status 405, and end the call. If this seems similar, is because this like endpoint is going to be very similar to our follow endpoint as well. It's going to use pretty much the same logic, but we're going to write it one more time just to confirm our knowledge. So now let's open a try and catch block, and let's handle the error. So log the error and return response status 400 and end the call. All right. And now in our try and catch block, let's extract post ID from request.body. So const post ID request.body like this. And let's also extract our current user. So const current user from await serverAuth, which you can import from add/libs/serverAuth. And don't remember to pass in request in the parentheses right here. And I also want to import Prisma while we're here. So import Prisma from add/libs/Prisma pb like this. All right. And now let's check if our post ID is valid. So if there is no post ID, or if type of post ID is not equal to string, throw new error invalid post. Sorry, you can just write invalid ID like this. All right, now let's find our post. So const post is equal to await prisma dot post dot find unique, where ID is equal to post ID. All right, great job. Now let's check if this post actually exists. So if there is no post, we're gonna throw new error invalid ID again. All right, and now let's create our liked IDs list. So let updated liked IDs is equal to an array in which we will spread an open parenthesis right here, in which we will spread post that liked IDs like this, and just give it a type of an empty array. All right. Now let's handle what will happen if this is a post request. So if request method is equal to post, we're going to use updated liked IDs and push the current user.id, because the current user which initiated this call is the one that is liking this post. So we want to add this current user ID to the list of liked IDs of this post right here. Great. And now let's handle delete. So if request method is equal to delete, we want to return updated liked IDs is equal to updated liked IDs dot filter liked ID, and we just want to filter everything that is not the current user ID. So liked ID is not equal to current user dot ID like this. Great. So if it's post request, we're going to add the ID to the list of liked IDs. If it is a delete request, that means that user has unliked this post and we want to remove it from the array. Great. And let's just update the post here. So const updated post is equal await prisma.post.update, where ID is equal to post ID and the data is liked IDs, and it's equal to updated liked IDs, which we have modified here, that depending on whether it's a post or a delete request. Great. And in the end, just return response status 200.json updated post. Perfect. All right. And now let's create our use like hook. So let's close everything up. Let's go into hooks and create a new file, use like.ts. Great. So const use like is going to accept a couple of props right here. So it's going to accept post ID and user ID. And we can just write types for that right here. Post ID is a type of string, and user ID is an optional type of string, like that. And you can just return the function right here. All right. So in here, let's get our current user. Const data current user is equal to use current user, which you can import from /use current user. Now let's import the individual post which we are liking. So const data fetched post, and mutate is going to be equal to mutate fetched post, and that's going to be equal to use post and post ID right here. And you can import use post from /use posts. Great. I'm just going to expand this a little bit so you can see what we're doing. All right. And now let's also import our use posts, so we can also refresh all of the posts if they're liked. So const, we just need mutate fetched posts like this is equal to use posts. And you also want to pass user ID. So the reason we are having this user ID right here is for a chance that we are just liking individual user tweets like this. And we are not going to have the user ID if we are liking public tweets like this. Great. Now let's add the login model. So const login model is equal to use login model. You can also import that from /use login model right here. And now let's define our has liked constant. So const has liked is equal to use mema, which you can import from React right here at the top. All right. And let's create our list. So const list is equal to fetched post question mark dot liked IDs pipe empty array like that. Great. And we're just going to return list that includes current user question mark dot ID. So we want to check if the current user, which we are logged in, has liked this loaded post right here, fetched post, which we have aliased here. Great. And let's add the dependency array. So we are missing current user question mark dot ID and fetched post question mark dot liked IDs. All right. Now below that, let's add our toggle like method. So const toggle like is equal to use callback, which you can import from React right here. And we're going to write an asynchronous arrow function. Don't forget the dependency array right here. And in here, first, we're going to check whether we are logged in or not. So if we are not logged in, or if we don't have current user, we're just going to open our login model. So return login model that on open like this. Great. Otherwise, we're going to create a request. So open a try and catch block. And let's handle the catch first. So we want to toast an error. So toast, which you can import from react-host-toast.error and just write something went wrong. All right. And now let's handle our try. So first define let request right here. Let's check first if has liked. So if we already like this post, we want to unlike it. So the request is going to be an arrow function which points to Axios, which you can import from Axios right here at the top, dot delete /API /like. And we're going to pass in data with a post ID like this. And otherwise, if we haven't liked this and we want to like it for the first time, the request is going to be Axios.post /API /like, and we can just pass the post ID like this. Again, we have to pass in data here because this is a delete request and it accepts body a little bit different. So very simple. If we already like the post, we want to unlike it. Otherwise, we want to like it for the first time. Great. And now let's just write await request. And after that, let's mutate fetched posts like this. And let's mutate fetched post individually, just like this. So mutate fetched post and mutate fetched post, which we have imported from this use post hook and use posts right here. And at the end, let's just toast success with success. Or you can write something like successfully liked if you want to. Now let's fill our dependency array right here. So current user has liked post ID, mutate fetched post, mutate fetched posts, and login model. Great. And in the end, let's just return has liked and toggle like this. And don't forget to export default use like hook. All right, perfect, great job. And now let's close everything and let's go into our components, post item right here. And let's make use of this like hook right here. So what I want to do now is just below this current user, I'm going to go and import has liked and toggle like. And I'm going to open use like hook, which you can import from add/hooks/use like, which we just created. And inside, I'm going to pass post ID which is equal to data.id, because remember, data is the post in post item component, and we're also going to pass user ID. Great. And now we can actually go back into this on like right here and modify it a little bit. So first, let's check if we have the current user. So if there is no current user, in that case, we're going to call login model.onOpen and make sure you return this like this. So we want to break the call and open a login model if there is no current user. And otherwise, we're going to do toggle like. Great. And now we have to add the current user and toggle like to the dependency array as well. Great. And now we have to make use of this has liked hook right here. So for that, first I want to import another icon right here. So we have AI outline heart, but I also want to add AI fill heart like this. Great. All right. And now just below this created at, let's create a constant called like icon. So const like icon is going to be equal to has liked. So if we already liked it, we want to show the filled heart icon. So AI fill heart, otherwise AI outline heart like this. And now we're going to use this like icon in place of this AI outline heart right here. So replace AI outline heart with this dynamic like icon. Nothing should change right now, but if you go ahead and try and like something, you should see a change in which we just hearted an icon like this. And of course, we are still loading comments here. So let's just change that. And instead of comments here underneath the like icon, we're going to say liked IDs.length. And just like that, you see that we now have loaded how many people have liked this post. So you can go ahead and click on this one. It's going to turn to full and it's going to turn to number 1. And I want to add another styling here. So I want to keep it red by default if we have liked this. So I'm going to add a color option right here. And I'm going to say has liked question mark red, otherwise empty. Great. So if we have liked it, it's going to be red by default. Great. And you can actually go into my profile and check if it's the same here. As you can see, it is. You can even click here and try an unlike here. As you can see, it's going to remove. You can go back. It's going to remove here either. We can even go further back and it removed it right here. Great. Amazing, amazing job. In the next part of the tutorial, we are going to create our comments functionality. All right. In this part of the tutorial, we're going to implement our comments and replies in individual posts. So let's go ahead and let's close everything and let's go into Pages, API, and let's create a new file called comments.ts. Let's create our handler. So export default asynchronous function handler. It accepts a request of next API request and the response of next API response, which you can both import from next. First, let's limit this method to post only. So we will only use this to create comments. So if request method is not equal to post, you can just return response status 405 and end the call. All right. Now let's open our try and catch block. Let's handle the error and return response status 400 and end the call. Great. All right, now let's first protect this route and extract our current user. So const destructure the current user from await serverAuth and pass the request. And you can import serverAuth from auth/libs/serverAuth. Great. Below that, we're going to extract our body from request.body. So destructure body from request.body. Again, keep in mind, this body and this body is not the same thing. This body is going to be equal to our Prisma schema for the comment model right here where we defined body. So I just don't want you to do this, for example, because it's not correct. And I also want to extract post ID for which we will attach this comment to. So const post ID is going to be equal to request.query. All right. Now let's check if the post ID is valid. So if there is no post ID or if type of post ID is not equal to string, you can just return, you can throw new error invalid ID. Great. And now let's create our comment. So const comment is equal await Prisma, and let's import Prisma. So import Prisma from add/lib/prisma-db, and then go back await prisma.comment.create, open an object, and write some data here. And for that, we're going to use body. We're going to use user ID, which is current user.id, and we also need post ID, which is post ID. And you can just use the shorthand like this. Great. And now we just have to return this comment. So return response status 200.json comment. All right. And now I actually want to go back into our form. So go into components, form right here, and we're actually gonna, So go into form, and we're actually gonna make use of this is comment prop right here. So we're gonna go in our on submit right here, and we're gonna separate this URL and make it a bit dynamic depending on if this is a form for the global feed right here, or if this is a form for a reply right here. So const URL is going to be equal to is comment question mark open annotations /API /comments question mark post ID is going to be equal to special object post ID like this. So I'm just going to write it like this so you can see. Oh, my bad. Otherwise, it's just going to be /API /posts like this. Great. And then you can use this URL instead of this hard-coded /API /posts. And just remember to use the is comment right here. And we also need the post ID. Great. So the new URL will check if this current form is a comment or reply right here. And in that case, it's going to use our newly created route API /comments, which also accepts the body, but also a post ID right here. So we can reuse it like this. And if it's not a comment, if we're just on our global feed, then it's just going to use /API /posts. So you can actually try it now. And let's say this is my global post. And let's tweet that. And you should see that it's now appearing here. But now I'm going to go into this reply right here and try and write this is my comment. And we should not be able to see this anywhere for now. So I'm just going to tweet. And it says tweet has been created, but if I go back, there is nowhere to be seen this comment, but it's going to be loaded right here. So that's what we're going to do next. So let's go back and close everything, and let's go into pages, posts, post ID right here. And just below this form, we want to add a new component, comment feed like this. And we're going to pass the parameter comments, which is going to be fetched post !comments like this. And if you save, we're going to get an error because this component does not exist. So let's go into components, posts, and let's create comment feed.tsx. Let's name the component comment feed. And let's create some interface here. So interface comment feed props is equal to comments, which are optional, and they are an array of objects. So record, string, any, and just an empty array at the end right here. And let's pass these props here. So comment feed props. And in here, let's just extract comments like this. All right. And we can just return an empty fragment like this. And let's just write comments.map. And let's select a comment, and let's return for now just an empty div, and let's give it a key of comment.id like this. And yeah, so here we have the right comments !map, but if you want to improve that, you can just default this to an array, and then you don't have to use the question mark. So if you write comments and default, give it a default value of an empty array, you can just safely write comments.map. All right, and now let's go back into our post ID here, and let's just import the comment feed, which we created from add/components/posts/comment feed. All right, now we're not seeing anything here because we're actually not loading any comments. So for that, we're going to replace this div actually, and we're going to write comment item right here. And we're going to pass t, which is comment.id, and we're going to pass data, which is comment, like this. And we're going to get an error because comment item component does not exist. So let's go ahead, let's go into posts, and let's just create a file, comment item.tsx. So in components, posts, create a file, comment item.tsx. Let's name it comment item like this, and let's just return an empty div to fix this error. So go back into comment feed and just import the comment item from comment item. All right. Now let's create the interface for this comment item. So interface comment item props. We'll have data, which is a type of record, string, any, otherwise known as an object. So let's assign this props here, comment item props, and let's extract the data right here. All right, and now let's add some hooks and some methods. So first, let's add our router. Const router is equal to use router. You can import that from next/router right here at the top. After that, let's create our goToUser method. So const goToUser is going to be equal to use callback, which is going to accept an event of any. Let's not forget the dependency array. And let's prevent propagation. So event.stop propagation like this. We already explained a few times what this is. Basically, it will override the parents on click. And now let's just write router.push, and let's open template literals like this and write /users/ open special object data.user.id like this. Perfect. And let's just pass in router and data.user.id as our items in the dependency array. And now let's create our created@, constant. So const created@ is equal to use memo, which you can import from React right here at the top, where we imported use callback as well. And first, let's check if we have the created@ field. So if there is no data $.created@, we're just going to return null. Otherwise, return format distance to now strict from date fns, which you can import right here at the top. So format distance to now strict, we already used this in the post item. And in here, just pass new date data.created@. Just like that. And in the dependency array, make sure you pass data $.created@ like this. Great. And now let's get to styling. So I'm just going to collapse this. All right. And let's write some class names for this div. Border-b square brackets 1 pixel, border-neutral-800, p-5, cursor-pointer, hover bg-neutral-900, and transition. And as you can see, we have the field for our existing comment right here. If you haven't created any comment, you can actually go ahead and tweet, and you can see that we will soon get another one here. I think if we refresh, because we have not added mutations actually. Yeah, like this. All right. And now inside, create another div, and let's give it a class name of flex-row items-start gap-3. And inside of that, I want you to add our avatar component, which you can import from /avatar, and just pass it the user ID. So user ID is equal to data.user.id. All right. And now let's go outside of this div right here. Sorry, below the avatar, let's just write a div, and let's write another div inside, and let's give it a class name of flex-row items-center gap-2. All right. Inside of that, let's write a paragraph, which is just going to write data.user.name. All right, and give it a class name of the following: text-white, font-semi-bold, cursor-pointer, and hover underline. All right. So we have this underline right here, as you can see, and we have the new user image here. All right, and let's add a paragraph. Let's add an onClick for this paragraph. So onClick is equal to go to user. All right, and just below this paragraph, let's create a span, which is going to have data.user.username. But before that, I just want to append an @ sign like this. All right, and let's style this span now. So open class name, and let's just write text-neutral-500, cursor-pointer, cover underline, hidden, MD block. So pretty much the same as the post item. So if we collapse, you can see how the username will disappear. All right. And now below this span, I just want to create another span, which will have a class name of text-neutral-500 and text-sm. And the value is going to be created at like this. And now we can see when the comment was created. All right. And just outside this span, outside this div, create another div right here. And we're just going to give data.body right here and give it a class name of text-white empty-1. Great. And we can now actually see our comments. So if I tweet another reply, this is another reply and tweet. For now, I'm going to refresh because we forgot to mutate comments. And as you can see, we have 3 replies now. And if we actually go back, you can see that they're not appearing here. And you can actually see we have 3 comments right here. Amazing. And now we just have to fix that these replies are happening here in real time. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go back into our form component right here. And just below this use posts, we're going to import mutate post from use post, which you can import from @/hooks/use post. So we're going to find our individual post right here and give it a value of post ID as string right here. And we actually don't need to pass this in this posts up here anymore. So you can remove it from here and just make use of it here in use post. And just use this mutate post right here and make sure you include it after we successfully comment or create a tweet. So mutate post here and make sure you add it to the dependency array. All right. And if we actually try now, is this real time and tweet, you can see that we can now see comments in real time as well. Amazing, amazing job. And we can actually click on new user and load the new user. And we can even go from here and create a reply like this and tweet something. Great, great job. All that's left is to create the notifications. So that's what we will be doing in the next part of the tutorial. All right, so in this part of the tutorial, we are going to create our notifications. So I want to start by adding the little icon to the notifications right here. So let's close everything up and let's go into components, layout, sidebar item right here. And let's import right here ps dot from react-icons/ps like this. And let's add another property here in our props called alert, which is an optional boolean. All right. And let's extract that into our props right here. So below auth, let's add alert like this. All right. And now let's scroll here. And this is the mobile version first. So inside of here, open square brackets and write alert ps dot like this. Otherwise, render nothing. All right. And what we want to give it is a class name of text-sky500 absolute minus top -4 left -0 like this, and give it a size of 70. All right. So you're not going to see anything now. We can just copy this right here and just paste it after this right here and just make the size 70. I accidentally put 80, my bad. All right. So it can stay exactly the same. So just make sure you have the alert below this label here and an alert below this icon here. And you can actually go into your sidebar right here component, and you can go into notifications and add a field alert in this items to true, and just go right here in the iteration and add alert is equal to item.alert. And if you see, we got a little blue dot right here, and you can collapse and see that it's here on mobile as well. All right. And now we're actually just going to modify this alert true hard-coded value to current user (has notification) like this. So it's only going to be triggered if there is a has notification field in our current user, which means we have to alert our current user. All right. Now let's close everything up and let's write our notifications API. So let's go into pages, the API, and create a new file, notifications. Create a new folder in the API called notifications. And inside of that, create a new file, square brackets, userid.ts. All right. And let's export default async function handler, request, next API request, response, next API response. And let's limit this to get route. So if request method is not equal to get, return response status 405 and end the call. Now let's open our try and catch block and let's handle the error. So log for development and return response status 400 and end the call. All right. Inside of here, let's fetch our user ID from the query, which we have because of the special Next.js syntax right here. So const user ID is equal to request.query. And let's check if the user ID is correct. So if there is no user ID or the type of user ID is not equal to string, let's throw new error invalid ID. All right, and now let's find our notifications. So const notifications is equal to await Prisma. And now let's go ahead and import Prisma. So import Prisma from /lib/prisma-db. So await Prisma.notification.find many where user ID, like this. And let's just order by created at sending, so we always get the newest notifications. And now let's also update the user. So whenever we load this /notifications, we want to reset our has notification field to false. So await prisma.user.update where ID user ID data has notification is going to be false, like this, and just return response status 200 JSON notifications like this. Great. And now let's create our use notifications hook. So close everything and go into hooks and just create use notifications.ts like this. Import use svr from svr. Import fetcher from @/libs/fetcher. And const use notifications will accept a user ID, which is an optional string. And now let's define our dynamic URL. So const URL is equal to user ID. If there is user ID, open the template literal strings /API /notifications /user ID like this, otherwise null. And then let's just add that to the SVR. So const data error is loading mutate use SVR URL and fetcher like that. And let's just return data error is loading and mutate like this. And export default use notifications. Great. All right. And now let's actually create this notifications route, which right now is giving 404. So let's close everything up and let's go into pages and create a new file, notifications.tsx. Let's name it notifications like this, and let's just return an empty div for now. And if you refresh, there is no more 404 errors here. All right, great. Instead of this div, let's open an empty fragment and let's add a header component from add/components/header, and let's give it a label of notifications, and let's enable the show back arrow so we can go back from where we came from. All right. And what I want to do here is I want to protect this /notifications so it cannot be accessed by unauthorized users, because I can technically log out now. And yes, if I click on notifications, I will get a login. But if I go /notifications, I can still load them. So we want to protect that. So let's just go ahead and write export async function get server side props, which accepts context, which is type of next page context. Open this function and let's get our session. So const session is equal await get session from next-auth/react like this. Get session and pass in the context like this. If there is no session, you want to return redirect destination /permanent false, and just outside this if, remember to return props session like this. And now if you try and refresh here, you can see that I'm actually redirected back to homepage because I'm not logged in. So if I try to manually go to /notifications, I'm not allowed to. Great. So, but if I actually log in, and try and go to notifications now, you can see that I can go to my notifications. Great. And now below this header, let's add notifications feed, which we will have to create. So let's go into components and create a new file, notifications feed.tsx right here. Let's name the component notifications feed, and let's just return an empty div. Let's go back into our pages /notifications and let's just import this from /components notifications feed to fix the error. All right. And now let's add some hooks here. So const data current user and mutate current user is equal use current user from @/hooks/use current user. Below that, const data fetched notifications is equal to an empty array from use notifications hook, which we just created, and the ID we're going to pass is current user !.id like this. And now we're going to create a use effect here. So use effect, in which we are just going to refetch our user. So mutate current user right here. The reason we are doing this is because every time we make a hit to /API/notifications, remember, I'm just going to open it /API notifications right here. We reset our has notifications to false for our user. So what we do here is once we hit that, I just want to refetch our current user so the alert is removed every time we click on it on these notifications, so we know that we have read the newest notifications. So that's how that system is going to work. All right, and now let's create our empty state. So if fetched notifications.length is equal to 0, let's just return a div with the following class names: text-neutral-600, text-center, p-6, text-xl, and let's just write no notifications. All right, and you will see actually that is our default right here, so no notifications. All right, and now for this main function right here, for this main div, let's give it the following class name: flex -call, and inside open curly brackets and write fetched notifications.map notification, which is a type of record, string, comma any. And inside you're gonna return a div, which is gonna have a key of notification.id and the class name of the following. So it's gonna have flex-row, flex-row, items-center, p-6, gap-4, border-b, square brackets 1 pixel, and border-neutral-800. All right. Inside of that, we want to add an icon vs Twitter, which you can import from react-icons/vs, like this at the top. So vs Twitter right here, and let's give it a color of white, and let's give it a size of 32. And just below that, I'm going to open a paragraph in which I'm going to write the notification.body. All right, and let's give this a class name of text-white. All right, and now you're not going to be able to see anything because, again, we have no notifications. So now we're going to go back into some of our routes like follow, like, and comment, and we're going to trigger notifications. So let's go into our like API. So close everything and go into pages, API, like right here. And we're only going to trigger the notification if there is a new like. So we are going to focus on this post if clause right here. All right, so below this, let's open a try and catch block. And let's handle the error here. Just log the error like this. The reason I want this to be in a try and catch block is because there is no reason that a failure of our notification creation should break the entire API call. That's why I want to encapsulate this in its own try and catch block inside our big try and catch block. All right, so inside this smaller try block right here, what I want you to do is fetch our current post. So let's go ahead and write const post is equal to await prisma.post.find unique, and we're just going to write where id is equal to post id. And now let's see if we have the user ID from this post. So if post $.user ID, in that case, let's create our notification. So await prisma.notification.create data body someone liked your tweet. Oh, and we are also missing the user ID, which is post.user ID, like this. Great. And now outside of this await right here, just let's update our user. So await prisma.user.update where id post.user ID. Let's just add data has notification true. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go to my profile right here, and I'm going to like my own tweet. All right. And after I've liked this, I'm just going to refresh for now. And as you can see, I have a notification alert because someone liked my tweet. And if I go here, you can see someone liked your tweet, and you can see that because of the use effect, my notification has been removed. Great. And now you can actually copy this try and catch for notifications. So this field right here, and let's go into our comments. So comments right here, and it's actually going to be the same thing. So after we create this comment right here, you can just paste this entire thing. So we're going to open another try and catch block after we create our comment here. We're going to find the post using post ID. We're going to find the user using that post. And instead of someone liked your tweet, we're going to write someone replied to your tweet, like that. And you can just save that. And now I'm going to go again into my profile. I'm going to select one of my tweets, and I'm going to reply to get notification. All right. And I'm going to refresh. Actually, you can see that we got our notification right here. And if I click, you can see that we get someone replied to your tweet notification. Great, amazing. And now our notifications are cleared. And one more place where we have to add this is the follow. So let's close everything up and let's go into Pages, the API, follow right here. And again, in the post method right here, it's actually going to be a bit simpler because we already have the user ID. So what we're going to do right here is again open our try and catch block for the notifications. So just log the notification error. No need to break the entire call because something failed here. And let's create our notification. So await prisma.notification.create data body someone followed you exclamation mark and user ID is equal to user ID, but you can just use the shorthand like this. And let's update our user. So await prisma.user.update where ID is equal to user ID and data has notification true. And for this one to test, we actually need to log out. Let's actually follow this new user right here. So I'm going to follow him. All right, and I'm going to log out. And I'm going to log in. And as you can see, in my profile, new user, I have a new notification. Someone followed you. Amazing, amazing job. You finished notifications. Good job. You completed the entire project. All right, to end the video, I just want to show you how you can deploy this on Vercel. But before you do that, I would advise you that you do not use the name Twitter in your URLs because it might be misunderstood as a phishing website. This video is purely made for educational purposes and in no way intended to be used for hacking or phishing. So creating new repository, as you can see, I renamed my repository to Plitter instead of Twitter because we don't want our site to appear as a phishing website. And you can also go ahead and search for Twitter instances in your app and maybe rename welcome to Twitter to welcome to Plitter, for example, just so you don't get targeted for phishing. So I'm going to rename this to Plitter as well. You don't have to do this if it's just for personal use, but if you plan on sharing this with someone, it will be nice if you would change and remove Twitter instances from your app. All right, so now just create this repository. Since this already exists, I'm going to use this second option. All right, and now I have this Plitter deploy right here, and I'm going to go into Vercel, and I'm going to click Add New Project. And here I have my repository, Plitter-deploy, and I will click Import. And now you have to go in your environment variables, and you have to add the database URL to your environment variables right here. So add database URL and copy the Mongo link, paste it in the value and click Add, and do the same thing for NextAuth JWT secret and NextAuth secret. And just click Deploy. And just like that, our project has been deployed. If you had any errors, you might want to go to your terminal and just confirm with npm run lint that you have no warnings or errors in your project, because any of those can prevent the CI from building. And you can visit the website by clicking on the icon, and right here we have our deploy. Great. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked it, please remember to like and subscribe, and see you in the next one.